first time.
For the first time. It's always the first
Yeah,
time, isn't
yeah.
it? Always. I really like your paper, Mr. I love those concrete examples of how the big name screws you up.
Yeah.
I mean, which bureaucrat decided iPad's good, something else bad? Who made that decision?
Isn't it? Someone has done it, and then you have to follow.
Utterly bizarre.
Leon, have you something to do this afternoon at 6 o'clock?
I don't know. I mean, the hands of Tom, because he was talking about meetings, but I know that we disappear. It's Tuesday.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I don't know what time we do to finish.
Yeah, at 6 o'clock, I think I should invite you and Tom and Leon to have it in the bike. And then you... 6 o'clock,
That's
yeah.
in here.
Yeah, not far from where I have you
Well,
on.
I have to check out with Tom. I've got an awful feeling he's already got us planned.
Okay, yes, I get.
You know what it's like when you come here, you find out your identity and say,
Yes,
Tom.
yeah. Yes, okay.
That'd be lovely. But yes, there's a few places we see.
No, your neighbor's coming.
Vi borde sen gå upp till gå med hela hur ska vi göra med det där middagen på
Good morning, everybody. It's time to start our second interesting day of conferencing and discussions. And first out this morning is Professor Charles Husband, who's a professor of social analysis at Bradford University, but also well known here in Kautokeino, and as well as known in Helsinki at the university for giving courses at different departments. So please, Charles, go on.
Thank you. Interesting starting point. I suppose the journalists amongst us have had that experience of having to file a copy they weren't happy with. Even worse, having to work with something that you've invested a lot of time in and suddenly fall out of love with. That's my position with the paper I've prepared for you. I've got nice copies of it here, and it's got footnotes, and it will allow you to see what I would have said. But at 9 o'clock in the morning, I can't bring myself to actually read the paper I've written. So I'm going to talk to you about what that paper was trying to do, and then you can read the footnoted copy that I got for you. I was thinking last night about artists and painting, And you've got people with real skills, very particular experiences, and they use their artistic skill to produce paintings. And I think yesterday we saw that with people drawing on their own particular experience and their own professional skills to give us detailed, beautiful paintings. And we'll get more after me today. But when you've got a painting, there's something critical, which is the frame you put round it. And I'm a mere framer. I haven't the skills of the artist who can do miniatures or beautiful landscapes, but I know from my own experience when I bought a painting, when you put a frame around it, it changes the meaning of the painting. So what I want to do today is really just to air my neuroses about how we frame what we do in this area of language media power, and to make explicit some of the choices that we have, some of which we might make deliberately, some of which we do implicitly by involving ourselves in certain forms of professional and academic discourses. And I wanted to start by sort of stepping back to a sort of big macro picture, this whole thing of epochal change under late capitalism, and the way in which we live in an intellectual period now where everything that is written in academic life is framed by this notion of the radical transformation of social relations under late capitalism. Globalization and globalization, the compression of time and space, the development of transnational identities, that whole language of diaspora, people with a presence here and connections there, hybridity, the notion of people's identities no longer located in neighborhood, family, and biography, but with multiple intersecting elements of identity. And intersectionality from feminist theory, making it very clear to us that when we talk about hybridity, we're not saying this and that and that and that. It's syncretic, it's the fusion of identities, which creates new, particular individual experiential ways of being in the present, and the way in which that shapes the possibility of politics. And in the story that I'd prepared for you, I say I'm going to draw on my experience of research projects in recent years. And one is the project that I was involved with, Tom, Hannu Niemanen's project on the European public sphere. And this was a project that started out by asking the question, what is the public sphere? And if the European Union exists, and we have this notion of Europe, what would a European public sphere look like? And Tom and I had the remit to address the question of what would a multi-ethnic public sphere look like? And the reality was that when we got into this, of course, we started from within this framing of the world in its new formation. Transnational flows of information, the transnational structures of media systems, a recent project on the Polish community in Bradford, an established community going back to the 1950s, and the recent flow from the new accession states coming into Bradford. If you look at the media infrastructure of that Polish community, it's awesomely rich. Through media technologies, they can access media from Poland. There are specific websites that are for the Polish Bradford. What looks like a homogeneous minority community isn't. It's fragmented by major differences between those who settled in the 50s and saw themselves as refugees, and their way of looking down on people who they regard as economic migrants. And within the current migration, major splits between those with skills in English and professional competencies, and those who've come as a reserve pool of labour. So the Polish community in Bradford doesn't exist. It is fragmented by major existential and historical ways of interpreting who they are and why they're here. And that's what Tom and I basically got round to talking about in the notion of the multi-ethnic public sphere. And we drew heavily on the sort of lovely insight of Todd Gitlin, who made that statement that we should no longer talk about the public sphere, but about spherules. But he said, does it not look as though the public sphere, in falling, has shattered into a scatter of globules like mercury? So if we talk about language media power, The implication from that particular project is, where do we have the intersection of publicity, of the flow of ideas, with the construction of politics at the national and international level? Because we can no longer assume there is a polity who are sharing a common medium. That individuals can wrap themselves in a mediated space of their own construction, in which their class, their gender, their ethnicity is framed into the media that they expose themselves to, and which they develop their ideas in relationship to. That led us to reflect on, well, so what? What are the implications of this fragmentation of the public sphere? And one answer is, it makes us ask questions about what is the responsibility of the state in relation to providing the basis for a viable public sphere. And what we can see, if you look at the academic literature, is that where there are fragmented hybrid audiences, if they are substantial enough and have the resources enough, they can attract media and other resources that will identify them as markets and provide an infrastructure that makes their lives meaningful. But if we look at indigenous peoples around the world, if we look at minority ethnic communities, very frequently we can demonstrate very strongly that market forces do not provide a sufficient basis for guaranteeing their mediated environment. And therefore, we've got to ask questions of the state. And I've always been very strong in asserting the responsibility of the state in terms of the second generation of human rights, to do such things as will enable people to enjoy their rights. And as I move on, part of what I'll want to talk about is the difference between recognition of difference and enabling that difference to be. Providing people recognition of saying, oh yes, I recognize you there, we honor your presence, we even celebrate your presence, is very different from saying, and we guarantee to provide the infrastructural resources that will enable you to retain and reproduce that difference. So that asks me a question about why should the state do that? That was the question I asked yesterday. Why would NRCO subsidize media at a significant unit cost per reader? And one answer is a shared understanding of the role of the state in diverse societies. And I have always had a fondness for Charles Taylor's writing on diversity and his distinction between the politics of recognition and the politics of difference. Part of that changing in the zeitgeist of the times that came with post-modernity and with the struggles around identity under changing social relations. That in the politics of recognition, that whole enlightenment acceptance of the importance of the individual and identity, we can see in the political sphere an ability of the state to recognize difference and in various ways to acknowledge diversity. And we see it in the development of multicultural policies. We see it in the way in which nation states not just recognize, but celebrate the diversity of their history located in current populations. The Norwegian and Nordic states' rediscovery of its indigenous people as people not to be suppressed and deracinated, but people to be identified and celebrated as part of the richness of the national tapestry of the Nordic states. But is that recognition adequate to provide the structural infrastructure that enables people to reproduce that difference? And Charles Taylor talks about the emergence of the politics of difference. And that if the politics of recognition says, I respect you, you respect me, we treat each other equally. The politics of difference says, I respect you, and I maintain our difference as present in our relationship. When I worked in Western Australia with the Equal Opportunities Commission 2004-05 in developing anti-discriminatory policies, I had huge difficulties with members of the cabinet in getting them to accept the difference between the politics of recognition and the politics of difference. And the way I found it easiest was to say to them, the politics of difference basically says, if you want to treat me equally, you might have to be prepared to treat me differently. It breaks that politics of recognition of sameness. Equality equals sameness. The politics of difference says, if you recognize me, if you respect me, listen to me. Feminism wasn't a struggle by women to allow them to be treated like men. Feminism was an assertion of women that if you listen to us, we will tell you what it means to be a woman, and we will tell you what our rights should constitute. So the politics of difference is a major challenge to the nation state, because it unmasks the civility, the benign conviviality of the politics of recognition, and asks about where does the power lie? Are we in the business of recognizing diversity, or are we in the business of entering into the awkwardness of living with diversity as real and contested? A lot of the papers we've looked at have looked at language vitality and ethno-linguistic vitality. And in another project that Tom and I worked on, the bilingualism identity in the media, ethno-linguistic vitality was at the core, theoretically, of a lot of what we did. There was a time when I saw myself, I used to call myself a member of the northern branch of the Bristol Mafia. And the Bristol Mafia was Henri Tajfel, Howie Giles, John Turner, a whole gang of doctoral students who became professors around the world. And most of them, if they're alive, are still in place. Richard Bouis in Canada, Howie Giles in Santa Barbara. And there is an example of social identity in the very nature of ethno-linguistic vitality theory. It is at the core of the identity of the academics who generate it and perpetuate it. And we critically used that theory to make sense of our project on bilingualism, accepting the whole nature of hybridities and diversity. But we found it also problematic that the research on ethno-linguistic vitality has essentially focused on subjective vitality, the social psychology of identity. Because ethno-linguistic vitality came out of social identity theory, a social psychological model of the nature of the sheer bloody-mindedness of when we switch from interpersonal dynamics to intergroup dynamics. If I'm talking to Leah to Charlie, that's interpersonal. If I do something verbally naughty and I suddenly get called bloody man, it's still Leah and me talking, but we are now having an intergroup discussion. And the power of ethno-linguistic vitality is the way in which it draws on social identity theory to explain the sheer bloody-mindedness of group identity. And that is part of what I wanted to say in terms of how we frame our understanding of late modernity. There was a period in the if you go back 15 years, it was almost impossible to use a collective noun without being accused of being essentialist. It got to the point where I remember writing an article in which I wrote, when I wake up in the morning, I do not have to inquire who is inhabiting my body today. Charlie emerges, phoenix-like every morning. But we live in a world in which there has been such a concentration on the ephemeral nature of identities, the world of Bauman's liquidity. Every identity is permanently being constructed in the moment, it is contingent, it is being constructed here and there. But part of my agenda is to assert the reality of lived identities as potent and powerful, not omnipresent. We do have hybrid identities, multiple identities. But one of the questions in the project we're talking about in these 2 days is, what are the politics that enable some identities to become ultra-sensitive, ultra-salient? And I think in the way in which we look at ethno-linguistic vitality, there has been that focus on subjective identity, the sense of the linkage of language to ethnicity to territory to identity. But the core for me of the power of ethno-linguistic vitality, if it has power, is the linkage between the social dynamics of identity and the socio-political determination of resources and esteem. Because if you look at the core of that theory, it requires you to be a good political scientist in order to be a decent social psychologist. You cannot use ethno-linguistic vitality meaningfully, I would argue, without recurrently looking at the social context in which these identities operate. And it requires you to explore the way in which resources are made available and the ways in which some resources are legitimately accessed and some resources are massively contested. Well done, that man. Popular support is always welcome. Part of what I'm saying here is a need to reflect on what are the models we're making about deliberative democracy. There's a lovely book that I put in the paper by Dobson. It's just come out. It's called Listening for Democracy. And he makes the distinction between listening to and listening for. I listen to you. I listen for you. I anticipate the difference between you and me. I am looking for that difference and I intend to sustain it. So part of the concerns that I have had in the past in other areas of writing is to do with, when we talk about language and media, a neurotic fascination with production and utterance. I was a foot soldier in the battle around the New World Information and Communication Order. And I had a sort of moment of crisis when I suddenly felt that this whole radical UNESCO-based model of challenging the domination of the intellectual North had itself an internal flaw. RICO was all about freedom of speech, the right to produce, the right to utter, the right to consume. And I became so distressed, I invented a new human right. The reference is in the paper. It's the right to be understood. Who listens when I speak? Who do you listen to when you write for? And there is a need to counterbalance the ways in which we frame our agendas about communication and power, where we introduce a concern about listening, not a concern about the right to utter. And there is now a growing body of work around the importance of listening in politics. And for me, part of that agenda for us is to do, if we talk about deliberative democracy, what's the end product of efficient and well-oiled deliberation? And at the core of a lot of political theory, there is the assumption that a good operating deliberative democracy generates consensus. I recognize you, you recognize me. We have broken through the narrowness of the past and we can now manage differentiated citizenship. Not only do I recognize you, I recognize your difference. So what? Is the recognition of difference led to the ambition that we resolve that difference, that we reach a point of consensus? Or are we really more honest than that? And are we saying that deliberative democracy has the purpose of sustaining contested identities? An efficient political democracy is a democracy that thrives on contestation, that nurtures difference, does not wish to celebrate it and cocoon it, take the energy out of it, make it safe, manageable, politically acquiescent. So that part of what I've been trying to do today is to raise questions about the frames we use when we engage with the specific research that we have been fortunate to share yesterday and will share today. And my neurotic concerns really are about the sorts of differing political perspectives on participation which are available and which we use frequently implicitly, and I would argue I'd like us to use explicitly? Are we locked into dialogues where the end product of our effort is some implicit understanding that nice people agree with each other? That nice people rub the sharp edges off their difference in order to get along together. I've just been working on a book which I've just finished on it's called Lived Diversities, and it's about one area of Bradford where I live, Manningham. And part of it is about the amazing fact that people do get on together. The other part of the fact is that people persist in having difficulty in getting on together, and it's partly to do with inequitable distribution of resources. So to wrap it up, going back to BIM and to the public sphere, I'm very comfortable with diversity and complexity as the norm. I am committed to the idea that interdisciplinarity is essential to analysis. I am neurotic about academics who wake up in the morning and say, what can I do for my theory today? They don't wake up and say, what theories do I need to make sense of the reality I'm talking about? They are committed to generating the vitality of a theory, not about critiquing and understanding reality. I want to encourage us to be explicit about the models of coexistence we operate with, and to be brutal in exposing the models of coexistence that other people are using. We live in a world at present where across Europe, multiculturalism has been declared as having failed. Is dépassé. I am a unembarrassed, radical, pluralist, multiculturalist. And it's a very strange place to be at present, because the contextual world that frames people like me doesn't allow very many places for me to start to have my arguments accepted as reasonable. So it's that sort of question about what are the models that other people are using? And finally, are we aiming for a democracy which in its end product is consensual and comfortable? Or are we aiming for a democracy that actually gives voice to people? If you give people voice, you shouldn't expect them to be as nice as Elias and say, hi. I'd say, stuff you. Thank you. The original text is available to those who feel inclined.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Now you have opened the Pandora's box. So let's see what happens here. So welcome with discussion, questions and comments.
Looks like the lid slammed shut.
Yeah, I could start with one thing that if you're, so to say, very consequent with these ideas and you allow or even sustain difference, then at some point you might find that for the coherence of a society, whatever that is, you might have views being proposed and promoted that are, so to say, to the danger of other views.
Yeah.
So is there a model who tells you where these borders go, so to say?
Okay.
You can stand there.
Yeah. The model I have is pragmatic. That if you look at my use of Charles Taylor and people like Iris Marion Young and Nancy Fraser, I, for example, am very comfortable with the idea of group rights as being necessary adjuncts to individual rights. I agree with Iris Marion Young, who says that if you look at a world determined by respect for individual rights, the question is, who defines what are the individual rights? And from a feminist point of view, it tends to be men like me, bourgeois elites who tell people, these are what you need and we're going to deliver them to you. So I don't believe as individual rights are adequate, so this is actually an answer, adequate to addressing the question of democracy. I actually am quite comfortable with the idea of embracing the necessity of recognizing collective rights. That leads to me to a position where people will say, oh, so you're in favor of female genital mutilation. You're in favour of the Amish people not sending their daughters for education. So I say, no, I'm not. I believe in the necessary contestation of interests and forces. And I think people in, quotes, minority groups need the legislation and the principles of individual rights to protect them from their groups. So my answer is, do I believe in... I was invited to go to Istanbul by the Hrant Dink Foundation to talk about hate speech. And when they invited me, they wanted me to go and give a paper in which I was very positive about legislating against hate speech. When I got there, they changed their mind. Because the Hrant Dink Foundation is based around the Armenian communities. And they wanted to contemplate developing legislation around hate speech to protect themselves. Then they realized that if you produce legislation on hate speech, the majority will use it against the minority, so that the Armenian community would then be penalized under hate speech legislation for critiquing the majority state. My answer was, I still believe in introducing legislation which outlaws hate speech. I do not believe in the fundamental right of freedom of speech, nor do the Americans, although they declare it. And my answer when they asked your question was, but you are putting us at risk. And I said, yes. Because part of the risk for you as individuals is that you will be prosecuted for saying the obvious, that this is a repressive state. But if the state prosecutes you, they demonstrate that they are a repressive state. It's the nature of politics. But you cannot have a contested reality of the Armenian people insisting on their autonomy as a distinct people with historical biography and particularly experience of massacre, without there being contestation. So my model, I'm afraid, is a pragmatic one. I say, let's make explicit what the principles are, and not think that there is a formula that I will whip out of my back pocket and say, here's the formula, it resolves all the conflicts. It resolves the contradictions in what I've just offered you. You know, if I listen, am I going to be comfortable in what I hear? You know, I lived in a department in the 70s that had a predominance of radical feminists. Listening wasn't comfortable. One group of them were of the radical variety who regarded me as biologically the enemy. What option did I have to negotiate a dialogue? You know, I could cut off my testicles, I was still wrong. So, you know, you have to ask, what is the nature of the dialogue I'm locked into, and how do we engage across the contestation of opinions? You know, I'm of the opinion, for example, that feminism has done more good for men than for women. It has liberated whole areas of menness in a way that men didn't anticipate. So in that sense, I don't think there is a formulaic, this is how it works. I say, make explicit the principles you have, make explicit the principles other people have, and then struggle.
Well, thank you so much for your talk. Maybe this is too early for me to say anything, but isn't it that you're kind of touching the core of the problem of democracy in that, well, I give you an example. In Sweden, the political system is very much into that the big parties, the so-called democratic parties, they refuse to discuss with the parties that are non-democratic, that is Sweden Democrats, for instance, the rightist party. And of course, the idea of democracy is to include, right? To hear everybody. But then again, how do we deal with the powers that are non-democratic? Isn't it that am I understanding you right when you're saying that we will have to include them as well in a discussion about what is to be done for us, everybody, to be able to live in this country or this planet?
No, I suppose I suppose what I'm saying is, first of all, we listen to them. So if I listen to the English Defence League, to give me a British example, a political entity whose existence is premised on opposition to Islam, that's its core agenda. Do I then want to include them into democratic debate? The answer is, I may well choose to say, you are not constitutionally capable of thinking democratically. So why would I include you within a democratic environment? But I would have to be prepared to engage with them. The other thing, of course, is I would also have to say to myself that the democratic state that I live in, as the democratic state most of we live in, is not democratic. I mean, Tony Blair ran the British state without cabinet. You know, officially in Britain, the system is we have a cabinet, and there's cabinet responsibility. You discuss with your cabinet ministers about each policy. He didn't do it. He had 2 or 3 friends and advisors. Cabinet hardly ever met. This was called democracy. If you look at the current situation in Britain, the Labour Party, the party of the left, is preparing for the next election by saying, we are committed to addressing the concerns of the stressed middle class. You can't find a party in the mainstream of British politics who talks about the working classes, because they don't vote. Part of what I had in my paper was to talk about one of the consequences of the current world order, and certainly in developed states, is the considerable disillusionment with the whole operation of democratic deliberative democracy. So that in Britain, none of the parties are concerned at all about the working class vote, because they don't vote in sufficient numbers. The key marginal seats are middle class, and the whole of British politics is pivoted around winning marginal seats. So I'm not very comfortable with British democracy as a model in which to include or exclude people. There are people I would exclude because I would say, you are not capable of entering into a meaningful dialogue with other people because you never listen. So you can't be democratic if you're not listening. But there are other people who I disagree with profoundly, who I listen to, and they listen to me. Then we have major disagreements. So I think, again, it's a sort of a pragmatic, but part of my bottom line is not to be too comfortable with the virtues of the democracy I'm excluding people from or inviting them into. I don't think it's democratic.
Yeah, as an expression of democracy, we will finish this talk and then let's Liam in. But I think there is plenty of time for discussion, and I think there are many thoughts being not only waked up, but also provoked.
And if you want some of the references to give a veil of decency to what I've tried to say, it's there.
Okay, thank you. So our next speaker shares some of the, so to say, conditions that Charles has. She's working both here at the Sámi University College and at Helsinki University. Not? No? I'm misinformed. So you will correct me and give your own version of your life. I will listen for and to you. Anyway, this is Leah Markelin, and she will be talking about not diversity and complexity.
Well, complexity indeed. It's not very easy to follow Charlie. It's kind of, I don't know what to say after that, and anything I say will sound very simple, but let me try. So yes, I am working partly here, but I'm not working at the University of Helsinki. I'm actually not inside the university system in Helsinki. I am now working for a think tank, which is something completely different, but I've continued, well, not completely different, because it's the only... Huh? Make. Think. Exactly. We have much nobler thoughts. No, it's the only Swedish-speaking think tank in Finland, so it's we deal a lot about minority issues, minority language issues. But let me see if I can get this work. Should that be some? Yes. Well, many of you here have heard me before, and I hope you don't find this all too repetitive, since I haven't really been actively doing research in the past years. A lot of this stems from the work Charlie and I did years back in relation to my PhD and what we have continued to do and what many of you people here have helped me to do as well. I'll talk about the Sámi media environment and one part of what Charlie said about how to make a public sphere actually multi-ethnic. I mean, how do you get different voices to actually be part of a public sphere, not just being talked about, like these stories we heard about yesterday. You mentioned one story of how the majority media picks up stuff that other groups wouldn't even find interesting. And I always remember this one time I talked about this the same week, or was it the same month, in Helsinki Sanomat, the biggest paper in Finland, had exactly, because I was more aware of these issues right then, so I tried to look for stuff having to do with the Sámi communities in any way. And I found two stories. One was that joiking is nowadays forbidden in Kautokeino, and the other one was about, I think, a stabbing between reindeer herders or something like that. This is what, if you don't know anything about the Sámi communities, this is the main news you get. But this is about getting your own voice heard within media sphere. So, my focus has therefore been the political economy of the media. Charlie talks about who actually who owns the power, who owns the resources. And this is where my interest lies. It's strictly about structures. It's not about what happens within the Sámi media or journalism or anything like that. I'm not a journalist. I'm a social scientist. And especially, like Charlie said, how is this access then negotiated in a multi-ethnic and multicultural setting? Who gets access to media channels? Who has access to resources? Who has access to influence? And who sits on the political capital? Just in case there's some of you here who are not familiar with the Sámi media world, I'll just give a quick overview. This is not a complete list, definitely not. There are lots of smaller initiatives, some quite short-lived, other longer, have stayed on for longer, but the constant factors in all three countries, Norway, Sweden and Finland, are the broadcasting units that you can find within the national public service broadcasting companies. Today we have Nils-Johan Hetta here with us, who is the head of the Norwegian Sámi broadcasting unit, NRK Sápmi. And they produce TV, radio and internet, all of them. We have NRK in Norway, SVT and SR in Sweden and Yle in Finland. And Norway is the only country that, apart from these, has some sort of news production outside of these broadcasting companies. There is Avir, which I think you heard from Arne yesterday. Unfortunately, I couldn't listen to Arne's presentation, but I heard his talk was about the print media, amongst other things. And there is Sagat, that is written in Norwegian, but also concerns Sámi-related news. And sporadic magazines, such as, for instance, Gaba, which is a women's magazine, which is written in many Sámi languages, but they've been struggling with finances ever since they started. And in Sweden we only have Samefolket, which is a periodical. I don't know how often it's published these days, maybe 4 times a year, I don't know if it is published, but it's in Swedish, so you can't call that news. So you have that, you have the broadcasting companies as the main producers of Sámi news. But the curious thing is that although we have these 3 Nordic countries, which are fairly similar in many ways. They have the same idea of being sort of taking democracy seriously, being nice to their peoples, and they all have a strong public service system. The development has looked pretty different in these 3 countries, and you can see it here. The red columns stand for Norway and NRK Sápmi. The two next ones, the yellow and the grey, is Sweden, and the last one is Finland, green. So you can see the development from the beginning of the 90s until 2012 here. We have heard a lot about the challenges. Magnove talks a lot about these challenges on self-determination. I mean, this is not to say that all is well in Norway and there is no struggles between the majority and the Sami population, but it shows that in terms of the media, the NRK Sápmi is playing in a completely different league than the other countries. And my big interest, or actually Charlie's and mine big interest point when we started with this question many, many years ago was, how is this possible and why is it like this? You always, when you talked about these issues, whoever you talk to almost says, well, of course it's like this, Norway is rich and most of the Sami live in Norway and they have the oil. Yes, that's true. Norway has oil, has more money than the other two, and most of the Sami probably live here, although nobody knows really who is a Sami. But this is not the whole truth. I mean, if you look at the budgets of these public service broadcasting companies, the fraction they put on Sami media is such a small percentage of what they actually use that none of them can say that there isn't money. I mean, they all have huge budgets. And if you talk about numbers, I mean, then you could say, if there is a small group, you can say, okay, you get the house, but you don't get the equipment. I mean, to produce media costs more or less the same whether you have 100 people listening to it or 1 million people listening to it. So that's also not a very good argument. And we face this the whole time ourselves also with the Swedish-speaking media in Finland, because we face the same argument that you are only 5% of the population. Why would you get more than 5% of the budget? But if you really want to have a functioning media in a different language, you can't use these kinds of numbers as your... I get nervous. Go away. You can't base the budget on these sorts of numbers. And I also don't believe that this is the whole truth. So we went back to look at what kind of countries are they actually. How do they look at their population? How do the Sami fit into the picture of these three states? How do they look at themselves in relation to the Sami? How do they treat their minority groups? So, there was a man who did a lot for Sami broadcasting whose name was Einar Förd, and Nils Johan often reminds me of what he said once when they had these meetings between the head of the broadcasting companies. And always from Sweden and Finland he got to hear, oh, but of course you can do it, you have the oil and blah, blah, blah. And then he got tired one time and he said, it's not a question of oil, but a question of will. And this, I think, is the starting point. And this is one very, very important factor if you look at the previous picture of how the development that's taken place in Norway is really the fact that Einar Förde was head of NRK for all this time. And together with Nils Johan Hetta, they actually they made it a priority. They put emphasis on this. They did a lot of work on this, and they prioritized it. Einar Förde himself said that we are going to be world leading in Sami media, in Sami broadcasting. We are going to do this thing, and we're going to do it well, so people will come and look at it from all over the world. They will be interested in what we're doing. So he, who also worked as a Minister of Culture before he became the head of NRK, he made this a priority, and that was clear that had a huge impact. But one person can't do much unless you have support from your surrounding political structures and the viewpoint of the rest of the state and the government. So then we had to look at historical developments of multiculturalism. How did these countries become what they are today? And what is the role of the Sami in this picture? And here emerges a very interesting history that I won't go into that much, but because most of you are familiar with it. But it was interesting. I got a question actually from my friend Åsa, who hasn't been up here before. So you can't expect her to know all these things. And was it her or somebody else who said, but of course Sweden must have it, Sweden must be in front, Sweden has always been good with multiculturalism. And that is a very common perception, because Sweden is known in the world to be sort of liberal in accepting immigrants. And yes, they have been. They are one of the immigrant densest countries in Europe. But that also means that they actually, and I got this from a person within the ministry, it's not just a perception, it's a fact, that they actually talked about also the Sami as immigrants in the 70s. There were Swedes, and then there were immigrants. There was nothing called like indigenous people or national minority group. I mean, they got a minority policy in 2010, basically. No, in 2000, well, anyway, was it 2000? 1999, the official. So it came into sort of force in 2000. So this is, and I remember doing my interviews at the end of the 90s, beginning of 2000s, with the ministries, and then in Norway they had already for a long time spoken about Norway as a country being built of the land of two peoples, Sami and Norwegians, and nobody in Sweden could even fathom that this would ever be said in Sweden. There wasn't this understanding that there has ever been another population there apart from Swedes. So this is, and they all three have very different ways of looking at this, whereas in Finland you have looked at the Sami perhaps as some sort of a brother population, or even a president said not that long ago, maybe 20 years back, that then we have these nomadic peoples up in the north, but they don't really count. When it was some sort of indigenous discussion, that it's not like the Indians in America, one said even to me in the late 90s. It's not like the Aboriginals in Australia. So there was still this. Well, anyway, this is not going too much into that, but you can see the development of this until the Alta crisis in Norway, which completely turned the whole politics towards the Sami on its head. Not saying that was the sole, not just that, but I mean a lot of things has happened. But after that, we heard about this constitutional, what do you call this, paragraph 110A, and all these things that started happening in Norway and the Sami parliament, whereas Finland actually had a Sami parliament from the 70s. But so there has been a very different trajectory in these three countries of how the politics towards the Sami has emerged. And the interesting thing is then how all this translates into the media sphere, and especially in the Nordic states, since public service broadcasting is so strong, how it translates into public service broadcasting. So what I did in my PhD to try to get a grip of this was to put it all in a chart. And here you can see that I started with the legal status. Here is a no for Sweden. This was the situation in 2004. At this stage, Sweden had not acknowledged the Sami as a different peoples in their constitution. They have now, 2010, some 30 years after the others. Whereas the interesting thing was that since Sweden is quite, they take themselves quite seriously as nice people, so they always, how should I say, when you talk, I mean, if you go to talk to the government in Norway already then, some 10, 15 years back, you had, first of all, you have Sami people working within the ministries, and second of all, you have almost everybody you talk to have some sort of awareness. At least they know about the Sami, they know about the system. They publish a booklet for each government period of what they do with Sami, in terms of Sami policy and Sami affairs. And in Sweden, they at least tried to sort of somehow organize all the Sami issues, and they had this kind of attitude that, perhaps we haven't done quite the best we can yet, but we're working on it. We'll do it tomorrow. And whereas in Finland, it was more like, why? I mean, if there is an issue that concerns media, it's taken to the Ministry of Traffic and Media, and if it's something else, it's taken to the Ministry of Culture. I mean, there was no sort of umbrella of Sami issues. So you have to fight for each issue separately. And very, like I said, still then, there were people talking about Sami not being as the Native Americans or whatever. And the one person within the Ministry of Traffic who was in charge of media policy, such as, for instance, this support for print media. And I asked her, how have you ever met with the Sami parliament? Or she said, no, but we don't really have to do that. And do you go up there often? Do you know the distances and what they have to work? Well, I go up to ski to Levi once a year. Of course, you get a feeling of life there. I mean, I'm now taking a bit unfair examples, because always you have people who are very committed and who are very knowledgeable, but this is to give this sort of extreme positions of the countries just to illustrate. So that is what this also this awareness question is within the government administration. And then we have the sovereign parliaments, although we heard that not in any of the countries do they have real power in terms of legislative power or any other sort of hard questions, but they have at least some power within the cultural domain. And at least in Norway there is money to do something. When I talked to the Finnish Sámi parliament at the time, they say we are completely swamped with the documents we get from the government that they have to give their feedback on, that there is no money, no resources, no people to actually be proactive and demand that this is what we want. And if they sometimes do that, like they wrote some letters also about, for instance, Sámi children's programs, there is really no response. Whereas at that time when I was doing this research, there wasn't an incident. Now I don't remember, Nils-Johan would know better, but I think it might have been about the Sámi TV news or something. Anyway, that if you made a plan and it's not, things don't go according to plan, and if the Sámi parliament reacts in Norway, at least back then, something happened. I mean, they listened, and politically it would not be possible, at least it would not have been possible before to completely ignore what the Sámi parliament is saying. That is no problem in Sweden and Finland, at least it wasn't back then. I'm not sure it has changed very much. So why is this interesting? We are talking about the media now and just babbling on about this. It's interesting because it's directly reflected in the situation in the public service broadcasting companies. You could see that the management within NRK are both aware and interested in what happens to NRK Sápmi. Nils-Johan Hetta, the head of NRK Sápmi, sits within the management of NRK. This is not even close to the situation in Sweden and Finland, where Finland has been, they're not even really visible in the organizational charts because they have been, first we have like all the radio channels, and inside that one radio channel there is like the local radio channels, and the Sámi unit has been underneath there somewhere. So they are not like, there are several steps from where the power is actually, or the decisions are actually made and the power lies. And this, of course, could be seen also when you talk to the people working within these media. Of course, I have done some interviews later on as well, so I know that the situation hasn't changed that radically. But back then, when I did this, it was clear that Norway was the only country where the journalists didn't say that money was a constant problem, that they wanted to do a lot of things, but there wasn't any resources. Or as in Sweden, they are still today fighting with broadcasting time. I mean, 2.5 hours on radio every day. If you want to be a full-service channel where you want to provide not only news, but current affairs, cultural programs, sports, music, and do this in 4 different languages, we all can understand that 2.5 hours a day is not very sufficient. So what are the consequences of this? I mean, isn't this a good thing that at least one country is doing something? Yes, it is, of course, a very good thing that there is at least some investment going on. But there still today exist some clear differences in both power control and resources between the Sámi broadcasters. And as somebody talked about yesterday, it's very hard to cooperate when if you don't have sort of similar power. I mean, if you have one who is very powerful and one who is very weak, it's very hard to talk about equal cooperation. Then it becomes, of course, if you sit with all the resources, it's hard to see why you should be sharing all the decision-making power. This was very clear with the start of the television news, that since Norway was the only, or the Norwegian NRK management were the only ones who were clear from the beginning that yes, we're going to do this and we're committed to this project. So they got the resources and they had the plans, whereas Sweden and Finland wavered. They didn't know, yes, are we going to do this? No, it costs too much, blah, blah. So, of course, Norway had to go ahead. They made all the plans, all the basic decisions. Sweden came just in the last minute where all the decisions were already made. Finland came on board about 4 months after it had already started. So then, of course, you can't talk about equal cooperation in that sense. Then you just kind of jump on board. and have the resources to make maybe, I don't know what deal you have at the moment of how much they're making, but obviously most of that material comes from Norway also, has at least in the past, in these news. So it affects clearly the whole development of a Sami public sphere, the fact that you have 3 countries who have such different attitudes towards Sami broadcasting. And because we have a small population, however you look at it, there are about 35,000 Sami speakers. So in order to have any sort of critical mass, you need to pool your resources. They all agree on this, the broadcasters, but how do you do this when the situation is so uneven? And last but not least, cultural self-determination, or at least cultural autonomy, is something that's written into the law in all these 3 countries in different ways. But can you really have cultural autonomy and not, say, media self-determination within the media field if you don't have, if you're not part of the decision-making process? Because as it is right now, I mean, none of these countries has included the Sami parliament in any sort of, at any stage in the public service broadcasting structure. There is no sort of Sami representatives at the highest level. I mean, you have the head of NRK Sápmi sitting at the company management, and that's, of course, we see what a huge difference that has made. But still, you don't have the political power in your own hands. You don't have Sami parliaments who have the power or possibility, or perhaps they don't always prioritize the fact that they could have their own media policy. And then the different question is, of course, what is most desirable. But that debate I will leave for now, because otherwise there will be a whole different question what that might lead to in itself to be, for instance, underneath the Sami parliaments. But this was just to give you an overview of the situation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. And we open the floor for questions or remarks, comments.
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation, Leah. Just many questions, but the first one that came to mind is how are the budgets determined? And crucially, how do those budgets compare with budgets for other minority language programming in each of the 3 countries, not only for so-called autochthonous or indigenous minorities of the sort that we've protected in the European Charter, but also so-called immigrant or new minorities. How do we arrive at these budgets? And I guess it ties in with one of the issues raised in Charles' excellent presentation. You know, the classic Charles Taylor approach has been modified somewhat in liberal thought by the likes of Kimmelika, who basically say that the state has different obligations depending on the long-standing presence of a so-called minority on the territory. This is one way of answering the question about how far we go in terms of providing resources. Not an unproblematic approach, which we'll probably come back to in discussion, but how do each of the 3 governments deal with that and around this crucial question of budgets? Your point about percentages of the population is absolutely right. It'll be certainly one that I'll touch on this afternoon in my own presentation in our own context.
Well, it very much has been, it's a historical development. Nothing has started from scratch. It's always based on what was before. But that's the interesting thing, that the way they look at their own multiculturalism is directly reflected in the public service broadcasting companies in Sweden. I mean, in Finland, you have us, the Swedish speakers, who traditionally has had a very strong position within the company, and still do based on that. And now is the question of should they still have this strong position? So in Finland they say well, we can't really give that much space to the Sami because we already have the Swedes. And then they say, and now we have a bigger Russian population, so they should be getting more. So there is always this competition, especially in this is most clear perhaps in Sweden, where they say, well, we already have this, because there they started with the immigrant programming. I mean, although there had been broadcasts in both Finnish and Sami for a long time, but they also were probably world leading in the amount of languages that they actually had on. I think they have, there isn't as much, because then they started this new era of sort of, I don't know what they call it, but it's some sort of integration more than using your own language. But their biggest argument has been that there is no space. We have all these languages, and then you ask, so you have now accepted a policy saying that your national minorities, including your Sami, should be somehow prioritized. And they say, yes, we prioritize them. And then you ask, so why do you prioritize them, for instance, less than the Finnish-speaking population? So there is like, it's a very tough question, and they can't really answer it. They just, because it's always based on what it was. And the Finnish speakers in Sweden say that they feel the Sami has it a lot better because they have their sister companies in the other countries, so they can feel much stronger that way. Whereas from a Sami point of view, you might feel that, okay, they got their Siso radio long before the Sami even had, they still struggle with 2.5 hours. But then, of course, digital radio never really broke through, so the Siso radio was kind of a flop. So nothing is like very straightforward. But then you have the situation in Norway, where there has been, for a long time, it was Norwegian and Sami. That was like the two groups. Then this Einar Förde, who was so adamant about Sami rights within broadcasting, he again told me in an interview, it might have been the year 2000, he said, then we have this most curious thing, and we have this group up in the north who call themselves Kven, who speak Finnish. So then we had, that again showed that he had a completely different understanding of who the Sami was, and Sami as an indigenous, whereas the Kven was like not really a real group. Whereas in Norway you had the other problem, you put the Sami and the Finns and the Yiddish and all these in the same group. So it all depends on how you look at your own minorities. It's not really just within the broadcasting companies. It very much reflects on the national viewpoint of.
I would like to add some things.
Yes,
because,
please do.
I think there are big differences between Norway and Sweden. First of all, in Norway you have a traditional understanding of bilingualism through nynorsk, which is something that, so to say, opens your mind in a different way. In Sweden you have something you can call cultural values that have prevented equity. You have this tradition of equality since the 1930s, 40s, and also the cooperation trying to form this people's home, folkhemmet. And it has made and still makes it very difficult to treat any group differently than everybody else. So it's an extreme form of equality. And the pressure has been very much on solving the gender issues, not the ethnic or linguistic parts. Come back to Rob's comment. There's another big difference, and that's that the biggest group, visible group, is the Finnish speakers. Their numbers are 10 times the Sami populations. You have 5 national minority groups. And in the development in Sweden, you can see that you had very strong monolingual habitus for decades, and that has, so to say, been inherited from the 19th century. They're actually touched upon even today. From paper, you have a new language law, and you have new minority language act. And you can see the development from assimilation to integration, and then everybody was still treated as immigrants, even Sami and the Tornedalians. And you now have something that is called minority policy, where you make a differentiation between migrant groups and traditional groups. There are many aspects that are quite different. Also, I think somebody pointed out that any municipality in Sweden, you might have 50 or 60 languages being taught in primary school. The multitude, I think, is yourself hinting at that. The multitude of language groups is enormous compared to the Norwegian case. Finland is lagging behind, so to say, quite a lot there.
Absolutely, this underlines what I perhaps tried to say a bit clumsily, but that you can't just look at one question, for instance, now the media, without looking at the whole picture. That there at least you. But I think becoming aware of this, you have to, like Charlie said, think about what do we really want? What is our standpoints on indigenous issues, for instance? Do we choose not to treat them differently, or do we want to continue with this tradition, or don't we want to continue? Because, I mean, it's curious that Sweden, of course, was the only country without a national language until very recently, because it was so self-evident that Sweden was everybody's language. So there is a whole different tradition there.
Let's try to leave, and I would like to ask Charles to come down here to more general discussion.
Yes, if I may start with a question to the two of you, actually. It appears as if, in light of what Charlie said, and Charlie and I have, of course, been talking about it a lot on different occasions over sauna and during lunches and dinners, and also in research chambers where we have been sitting and sweating over papers. But apparently, where you have a situation that you do not have a state, which forms a natural power and resourcing surrounding, or a frame for accumulating resources. When you talk about cultures such as the Sami culture, or such as the Finnish culture in Sweden, or such as the Yiddish language and the culture surrounding that, the resource you have is a power structure based on a system of collective rights, which means that you have to ring fence this kind of a society with collective rights in order to maintain something that caters for the same as the state automatically does for the national language, or for the bigger language of the state. And now when we look at the situation that Leah showed on the development of the Sami, we would come to the conclusion, if you want to reach the same goal as Magne Ove Varsi was talking about yesterday, with self-determination for the culture and related language, the power base for that, you would have to have institutions that are full in their services. That means the only aim the Sami could have for their media services would be a full service that would be competitive with the service in all the other languages that operate in the region. This is, of course, a very tall order, but as I see it, it is the only way to put the media in the place it rightly should have, if all these other assumptions are made. How would you look at this argument?
Yes, I mean, is this on? Yeah. What can you say? That's exactly what they're striving for, basically. I mean, from what I have, yes, that's what all the broadcasters are trying to do. But the question is, how do you really do this? I mean, of course, one possibility would then be that, because all this has been discussed for decades and decades amongst the Sami communities, how to actually get some sort of self-determination within the media or broadcasting, that do you then want your own company that would be sort of beneath the Sami parliament, or let's say now the Sami parliament, all this the cooperating body of the Sami parliaments, the name escapes me, but then you still would have to get the resources. Then we get to the questions that Magnus raised. Should you then, if you have access to your own national resources, that would give you a resource base to actually work on, because otherwise you are, right now we're talking more about these kind of handouts. I mean, the power lies in the capitals, and they decide how much Sami should get or not get. Whereas if we really look at like the Åland island model, I mean, that you could say is some sort of self-determination if we look at that. But that's the master. Yes, this is true. Yeah. It does, but then again, we have also discussed sometimes that if you could have, I mean, basically, you could decide that the units that already exist within broadcasting companies could become one. I mean, they could have an umbrella of some sort, if you wanted to. I mean, the question is, do you want to do this? But it is a tough question, no doubt. I'm sure Nils-Johan Hetta would have some views on this.
I could also maybe add one more thing. I agree fully with your general picture, the differences between the countries, but there is a third broadcasting company in Sweden, UR, Utbildningsradion, which is a high-profile national minority broadcaster on television and radio. And one of their tasks is to actually inform the majority society about the national minorities, but with subtitled programs in the languages. And all of these in Sweden have received an increased task of, or they have the task of increasing the amount of broadcasting during the next, I think it's 6 years. But it wouldn't change the relations between the countries still. But I don't know if this thing that you have 3 different broadcasters in Sweden makes it very difficult to have a coherent policy regarding the media.
I think, Tom, just a quickie, I mean, one is, if you go back to yesterday's discussion of strategic essentialisms, as an outsider, it's always struck me that the Sami have been very pragmatic in their exploitation of the category indigenous people. Sami don't talk to their national governments as Sami, they are indigenous. I mean, you wrap yourself in the mantle of the whole global political agenda. But at the same time, as an outsider, it's always struck me that, it seems to me that within the Sami environment, there's also very clear national identities. Sami are not either Sami or Norwegian or either Sami or Swedish, they're both. That, I think, would reflect on the politics that might develop if they got this way and we saw more autonomy. Because the autonomy might take the form of a dialogue. Would be within the nation state, because that's where the power lies, about how in that context, as indigenous people, you negotiate with the situation that is the realpolitik that pointed out, that different countries have different centers of gravity as they are responding to this situation. So it could well be that part of the notion of autonomy would be, yes, we want our independent parallel system, but we also want to change the nature of the majority system. We are Sami and we have autonomous rights, and these rights come to us through Kim Lika's notions of national minorities, etc., etc. But as national citizens, we also wish to change the nature of the national dialogue. That would impact on the national media, so that Livinga's descriptions yesterday of the wonderful production that is produced within Sami media, part of the argument would be, not we want to keep a special channel for this to be available to the Sami, we wish to negotiate greater access for Sami presence in the mainstream media, as Norwegians, as Finns, as Swedes. I don't know whether that's true, but it seemed to be part of the potential political logic, because the Sami have used a generic identity as indigenous because it gives huge political leverage. I also feel that there is a real sense of national identity. It won't go away, and is there to be exploited in the dialogue between indigenous people and the nation state. Because at present, that's where the power lies for negotiations, the nation state, not the Nordic nation on Sápmi that would
Well, I think this is a very interesting discussion. And when we're talking about the Nordic states, they are viewed as the champions of the human rights globally. But the world doesn't see that the three countries where the Sami live in the Nordic countries, Finland, Sweden, and Norway, are quite nationalistic when it comes to domestic affairs. And I think Norway and Finland are the most nationalistic because they have been dominated by other powers, like Finland has been dominated by the Russians and the Swedes. Norway has been under Denmark and then under Sweden. So today we see that the nation-state borders, they are dividing the Sami people quite a lot. Look at how the states are funding teaching materials for Sami children. There are 3 sets of teaching plans, educational plans in these 3 countries. Every minister of education would who would like to leave a legacy after himself or herself starts making a new educational plan for his country. So the Sami parliaments are lagging behind all the time in making these plans more Sami friendly. And these 3 countries are spending a lot of money on 3 sets of plans. If the Sami parliaments could manage and decide separate Sami plans, educational plans, maybe we could have more teaching materials for all these countries in Sami. And the same situation we have when it comes to broadcasting. We have 3 Sami radios and television companies. If we could utilize the funding in a better way, maybe an umbrella, as you mentioned, Leah, would be a solution for the future. What do I know? So this is a key question in the negotiations on the Nordic Sami Convention. There is a silence around these negotiations. No journalists are questioning what are these 3 governments doing? Where is the convention now? And why are we not seeing any results yet? And what are you doing with the autonomy of the Sami people in these negotiations?
If this is a comment, you can intervene, but Torkel has asked for the floor.
Very short comment. I would distinguish between 2 levels of discussion here. First, the level, should there be collective rights or not? And that's, I think, a clear thing. Either within the frame of the national systems or collective over the entire Sapmi. Preferably, of course, in the future, collective over the entire Sapmi, but that might be politically impossible. And the other question is then whether or not and how you should construct these collective rights. And I think these 2 things are intertwined, but maybe it's for analytical reasons good to separate between the 2.
Well, please say something when I'll move the microphone.
This is not really a question, it's more a follow-up of what you all have said, first Charlie and Magne Ove and Tom here, about power and in fact some sort of emerge of new Sami identity. And as I showed you yesterday, the youth that took part in my research, they have very often multiplied identities identities, and it of course it reflects this, how to put it, the situation on the ground that they, in fact, they also are multi-ethnic of origin. But also this has to do with this power relation that you mostly feel not only as to be a Sami, but also to be part of the national state and how you have a national identity. And it is a sort of continuum where some people feel very strongly affiliated with the Sami identity and very little with, or not at all with the national. But at the same time, a lot of people do feel that they are both, and they can't say that I'm more or less one or another. But the problematic with this is that when it comes to reality, that I think people are more and more stressing this, that they are Norwegian Samis or Finnish or Swedish or Russian Samis. So you have some sort of identity built on this Sami and national, and it reflects the power relations between Samis and the city where we are living, not the city but the nation where we are living, and maybe it also reflects how the institutions are. The institutions, the most important Sami institutions, they are built up out of a national identity. They belong to the country, and this pan-Sami identity is something that are mostly stressed only in some political meeting, and only when you have this meeting in the Sami Parliamentary Council or in the Sami Council and the Sami Conference, and not so much outside them. Thank you.
If I could just comment one thing, this is very much also my understanding, but it was interesting to hear comments when I don't remember which of all these, because they have cooperated so much, the Sami radios and television stations, but the feedback they got also from their audiences, because there's also been broadcasts from the Swedish Sami area into Norway and Finland and the other way around, and how they felt that some are not really interested. I mean, it's the same with, I guess, everywhere. Local news is most sort of feel most relevant. But then also how the media sort of helped to open up Samiland, also to the Samis themselves. I mean, this is like a bit of the EU question in a miniature. You know, you get to also, via the media, you get to know about other Sami people that you might not have known of before. But the fact is, of course, exactly like you said.
Look, I think what you had to say was very important. I mean, I think it's about the realpolitik of what's happening on the ground with identities. And it's sort of vaguely worrying for an outsider to reflect on the implications of what you're saying. I'll give you an analogy. The city where I work and almost live, in Bradford, we have about 90,000 people of Mirpuri Pakistani background. And Eunice Alam and I have done quite a lot of work with that community. And Eunice did a project on young Muslim men. And they are both Muslim, they are of Pakistani heritage, but they're also very profoundly Bradfordian. So they fit perfectly your model of, you know, this hybrid youth identity. And in our case, they went slightly older, up to about 30. But what was interesting is, under what circumstances does one identity become salient? And I think that's the essence of ethno-linguistic vitality. You know, all of these young men described themselves as Muslim, but were hugely different. Some were, as it were, political Muslims. Others did the prayers 5 times a day. But they all responded to events in Palestine, to events in Russia or whatever. They had a sense of being part of the international Ummah and could lock on to that. So one of the questions, in a way, for Sápmi is what are the politics that are making some identities more relevant than others? And the worrying thing from your input is that Sámi identities are being mediated through national identities, and that the politics of indigeneity, of Sápmi, is real in that political sphere where it operates, but that for the polity, for the public sphere, for people in general, they are experiencing and engaging with their ethnicity in terms of Sámi identity through a framing of a national identity. And that is something that, I think needs to be made explicit and reflected on in terms of, if that continues, at what point does it begin to challenge the viability of invoking your indigeneity as inclusive? If non-Sámi people can turn around and say, but actually you're more Norwegian than Sámi. Just listen to the way you argue amongst each other. Just listen to the way you talk. Just look how you argue your cases. So in the way I think, I'm constantly shifting backwards and forwards between social psychology of the individual identity and, as it were, the realpolitik of the world of politics and how people lock into politics. And I thought your contribution was really important politically, because it descriptively says these things seem to be happening at present. The next question is, if that continues, what's the long-term implications? And in a year's time or 15 years' time, where will Nils Johan Heerta's equivalent be in trying to invoke an imagined polity? I speak on behalf of. On behalf of who? Your answer is, well, the who is currently in transition, and we're not quite clear where that centrality of Sáminess as Sápmi, as transnational, will be in 10 years' time as these young people consolidate their world.
I think I will add to this question something that you were talking about, this fragmentarization. You can see it in different ways in various minority groups. For example, in Sweden, that you have an increasing difference between older generation and younger generation, which have quite different priorities. But we can also see within the Roma community that while the Charter, for example, has ratified it for one group, now you have 6 or 7 different subgroups who emerge as different ethnic groups almost, and especially linguistically. And a couple of weeks ago, there was a white paper being published about the Roma history in Sweden, which is quite terrifying. And the travelers then say that we are not part of that. We're integrated, we have our language, and so on. Now I end up in this, so to say, open question. What would happen if the South Sámi and Lule Sámi had very strong own power, so to say, within media and within the political sphere? Where would the Sámi coherence, even within Norway, go in the longer term? And I know that to some extent, of course, this is taken care of, included in the work of this university college. But what about the political field in a wider sense in Norway? Is it allowed to have a 5-minute break? Look at the director of the workshop here. So we will, okay, after this comment, depending on how long it is, so I will wait.
I have a question. It's a short one. It's not a comment, it's a question. If diversity is the norm, as you said, why does it seem in Europe and not only in Europe but in the whole world that minorities aren't listened to, or are they? And what needs to be done to achieve a better what's the word? Better communication. And the other question is, how big or yes, how big should a media be, sort of, to fulfill some sort of to achieve what did you call it? Yes, full service.
The first question was very easy. You go ahead in 2 minutes.
Well, the first question is, yes, demographically, across Europe, it's possible to say, diversity is the norm. Then you've got to say, historically, where did that diversity come from? And then you start to answer your question. Diversity of people with specific personal biographical histories, which are coded into national stories about who these people are. So the Poles in Britain that settled after the Second World War were regarded as good immigrants because they were the valiant Poles who fought on our behalf. They were white, they were Christian, they were goodies. The Poles that came in the recent years were seen as economic migrants, doing the shit work. They were a nuisance. They changed villages into Polish-speaking enclaves. They were seen as intrusive and unwelcome. So you've always historically got to say, look at the demography, and it is diverse. Historically, where did they come from, and what are the stories, the narratives that we talked yesterday about? What are the narratives that politicians and the media have written to enable us to engage with that diversity? So the key answer frequently is nationalisms and class. That if you look at the rise of xenophobias across Europe in the last decade, it is astonishing. Countries like Denmark, the United States, Netherlands, that were good examples of addressing diversity in an open way, have become xenophobic examples of nationalistic nastinesses. So you're back to the politics and ideologies in which we frame our understanding of that diversity. And there's no simple answer to that, but the answer literally is that diversity is not going away. In my country, 90% of the immigrants are British citizens. They're not going away. Leicester is a city which in a decade will probably be majority Asian in colour. I've got 3 sons and only one has a white partner. It's normative. So in a way, what we are talking about is a social change that is concrete and real, that is not keeping pace, no, the other way around. Political thinking is not keeping pace with social change. Dialogue about xenophobia and English nationalism that is rampant in Britain at present is a nonsense, because we are demographically multi-ethnic. If I look in my department, I can get in the lift and I'm the only white face in the lift. I look at my colleagues who I value, and the ones I spend most time with don't look like me. Multiculturalism at a day-to-day level is a de facto reality. It is the problem of the political recognition of that demography. It is the challenge we all face. And as we face that challenge, one of the problems is for indigenous peoples to ensure that they maintain a very clear presence in the resolution of diversity. Because if you're not careful, it will be merged into some ersatz policy of generic diversity. Part of the necessity of a real politics is to recognize the diversity of diversity.
Okay, I think that we will let Leah answer this question.
I think... No, I wanted Tom actually to answer Oddbjörg's second question. How big is big enough for full service?
Rob Dunbar and I, we have written on that in an effort to respond to the requirements of the Council of Europe's Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, where different levels of media and media presence has been addressed, because that's a buffet menu and states can choose different levels there. There the question is addressed a little bit differently. It's more what is the minimum for certain levels, but what we have been looking at is, first of all, the existence of relevant services on all platforms. That means we are talking about not only radio, not only radio or television, not only radio, television and press, but also radio, television, press, and, for example, internet services. That's the platform sort of side of it. Then we have been talking about generic. That is, we are not only talking about news services, we are also talking about popular culture, we are talking about youth programming that would cater for services that would include also different generations. And then, of course, if we are looking at the discussion here, when we are talking about differences within the culture, you would have to cater also for a diversity that would reach over the differences, the relevant differences within the culture. And in order to complete the picture, which is rather ambitious, I must say, all these must be available at all times, because that's how it is in majority culture. So, I mean, if you really are serious about this, you have to go all the way. Of course, there is no minority that I know of that would go all the way in this sense. So you always have to make compromises. And the compromises are then to be considered as, in a way, priorities. What do you prioritize over the other? What is more important than the other? And how do you go about in order to achieve the best possible within what is politically and economically feasible? But I mean, the answer is yes, everything to us, now and all the time.
Thank you. And we'll make a break now for, I think, since we're also going the whole way now. So if you're going to bring your coffee or you're going to take a coffee, bring it here. But we'll resume in, let's say, 8 minutes, 10 to 11. is, I will call you senior lecturer anyway, not planner, Åsa Mikwitz from Helsinki. And she's working at an institution that is, I think, a very good one, called Language Centers at Finnish universities. And she's one of the few people in charge of the, or responsible, one could even say, for the development of Swedish in Finland at university level. It's also, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, hello. My name is Åsa Mikwitz. I feel a bit like an outsider here because the only thing I know about Sami language and Sami minorities is a crash course that Leah gave me in the car on the way here. So I'm just like stunned to be here, and it's a great opportunity and experience. And I'm trying to figure out how to make this relevant, this is what I'm going to say, to the discussion about minority languages and minority status. My day job is as a teacher. I teach academic writing at Helsinki University. And my native language is Swedish, so I teach Swedish students in Finland. And a few years ago, I wrote my thesis. I finished my thesis, and it was about English loanwords in Swedish. And I studied how the loanwords were integrated morphologically and orthographically. That is, of course, how they are derivated and inflected when they come into Swedish, and how they, if their spelling is changed. So I'm very much a linguist, but I also, in my thesis, I discussed language policy and language politics, and after 5 years I had wanted maybe to switch to language policy and language, to the discussion of language planning more than to count the words, because counting the words felt a bit annoying at some point. But but today I'm going to try to say something about the language status, the Swedish language, the English status in Sweden in Swedish, and to criticize the language planning in this case. My material that I analyzed was newspapers from 1975 and 2000, and I guess that makes it in a way relevant to this discourse that we are talking about, since it's media. What I'm trying to say something about is this: what's the status of English in Swedish today, and who has the power of English in Swedish? The last question, I guess Tom is going to answer, so, or we can discuss it. I don't really have much to say about that, I think, but let's see. When I talk about Swedish as a language, I mean not only the Swedish that is spoken in Sweden, but also the Swedish that is spoken in Finland. There are some differences in the way they relate to language planning and to English loanwords and to the English influence, because of many reasons, but the main reason is, the main difference is that the Swedish attitude towards English loanwords is very open, and the Finnish attitude, the Finnish-Swedish attitude, is very strict, puristic in a sense. But I'll start with some basic facts. My material showed, this is something that people asked me all the time when I wrote my thesis, that how many loanwords do you have in Swedish? And this was not what I was studying, so I couldn't really answer. But if you want to know, this is the answer. Approximately 1% of the tokens in Swedish newspapers are of English origin. And when I define loanwords, I mean the words that come from English after the Second World War, 1945. And there's a reason for this year, and that is after 1945 we had a huge influence from cultural and linguistic influence from America in the Nordic countries. Before 1945 we had a lot of German influence, also English, but more German and French and Latin and Greek influence. But the big influence from English started at 1945. But you can, when you look at this number, you think that, well, this is not a lot, just 1%. It's every 100 word is from English. So what's all the fuss about when people say we have so much English influence in Swedish? Well, the fuss is, I'll tell you what the fuss is. The problem is that these English loanwords are to 90% nouns, and they carry the meaning in the text. They are very noticeable words and visible words. And I'll give you an example of this. This is Göteborgs-Posten from 2004. And this small random text contains 282 words, of which 11 are English words. And the amount here is almost 4% per 3.9 loanwords per 100 tokens. And as you can see here, these words are really clearly English words. Cool, basket, beach volley, doping, this is integrated morphologically, dopning, damsingel, drama queen, top dry. Usually you don't count the names because that might give a wrong impression of the amount of the loans, because we have so many names in Swedish that are of English origin. TV, can you imagine that TV is a loan word from English? The Shine is a name, mountain bike, the Truman Show, and etc. But you see, these, if you don't understand these words, it's hard to understand the meaning of the text. And this is why we purists, Swedish-speaking purists, linguists, believe that English can pose a threat to Swedish, also because of the lexical influence. In Sweden, English is not seen as a threat to Swedish, and English has a high status in Sweden, and many studies have tried to argue that this, for example, Harriet Sharp, who wrote her thesis in 2001, she made a corpus study of 2 discourse domains, spoken Swedish in companies, where she tried to show that Swedish-speaking people were able to speak Swedish fluently without switching to English when they were talking about job matters. But she's stating that it's my firm belief that English does not pose a threat to the survival of Swedish, although English is present in many different contexts. It is in principle used as an auxiliary language for specific purposes in Swedish discourse domains. English words are thus an asset rather than a liability for Swedish speakers. But I'm not, my opinion is not this. I believe there's a strong opinion against this and who talks about this phenomenon like baby English. I don't know, you might have heard about this. Where since the English is such a dominant language in Sweden. Many people think they speak English fluently and of good quality, even if they don't. And in Sweden, there is also a lot of high schools that give master programs in English. I think there are 42 high schools in Sweden. And Olle Josefsson has given an example of how the English spoken in these high schools can emerge. This is a discussion between a teacher and a student in an English high school, IB school in Sweden, both Swedish native speakers. And the student says, "Is this grenar?" Grenar meaning branches. And the teacher says, "It's not branches, it's more like, what to call it? In Swedish heter det plankrötter, det här, okay." So, and this is a problem, of course, when all the people, both the students and the teachers are native Swedish speakers, where you should maybe try to higher a level in English, because you can't find native-speaking teachers. Native English speakers speaking teachers. And studies have shown that these students that attend these schools, these programs, after they are finished, they don't have a higher level of English than average Swedish-speaking students, but they don't reach the same level in their native language, Swedish, as the average student in a Swedish-speaking school. So this is one argument against English as a massive, big language in Sweden. This is something else that I found on the internet. There are a lot of these. Don't smell the door, don't slam the door. And sorry for the incontinence, but due to the weather, we are now closed, thank you. So what do we get when Swedish-speaking people think that they know how to express themselves in a language and they don't? Maybe we get dumber people, dumber Swedish-speaking people. But I wanted to know, back to the long words, I wanted to know if Swedish-speaking people recognizes the foreign words in Swedish. Swedish as a language is built up of very many other languages like German, French, and Latin, and Greek, and English. And I wanted to know if they recognize them, and if the speakers think that the words are a natural part of the Swedish language. So I gave approximately 30 persons this questionnaire, and I wanted the persons to mark the words which are foreign in their opinion. And if you know these, you can see that many of these are somehow English, of English origin. Actually, only 2 are of somehow Swedish origin. Plast, meaning plastic, is a word, I can't show you there, but maybe you see it, came in the 70s. Jeans came in the 50s. Electronics came in the 60s, maybe. And when and these are the foreign words, the long words. And what I got as a result was that most people answered that the red marked words were the foreign words. These people were both Finnish Swedish people and Swedish people. So you can see that they left out tax-free, avocado, documentary, of course these old established words, musical, catering, portable, and they marked only these with foreign spelling, evergreens also. So this shows that, well, it's a small study, I can't generalize, but somehow that the Swedish-speaking persons really think that the loan words are a natural part of the Swedish language in some way. So who's responsible for this? I came over Ulrich Ammon, who wrote this article about social forces that determine what is standard in a language, and he's also discussing power over language, and he's actually dealing with 4 aspects in this matter. I've put in a 5th. This is myself. Model speaker and model authors are media, TV, radio, and all the people that, you know, are setting the norm in a way. And then we have the language norm authorities, the dictionaries, no, not that, but the language planners and the language policy, and then we have the language codifiers, which are the dictionaries and the manuals and who set the norms. And language experts, people at the university, the professional me has some kind of power. And then we have the users, that's me and you and everybody who's sitting here who knows Swedish. And 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the language norm authorities were the normal, the natural, had the natural power over language, and they were the setter of the norm. Nowadays, I have the power more than the language norm authorities, in Sweden at least, and the media has more power than before. And the language norm authorities, they recommend nowadays. They don't say, they don't oblige anybody anymore. And I found this quote on the net. The journalists Maria Kaplan and Johannes Stolberg wrote that this is a translation. That the people are right and the language planners are wrong. The democratization of writing has meant the democratization of power over language. More groups and sources are setters for language today, and many are relying more on his colleagues' or neighbors' language than on language planning. The discussion are about who decides over the language and over the grammar rules, convention and language use. Which spelling is correct? Is it the most common one or the one in the dictionary? More and more people think that the language norm is incorrect when it doesn't match with the usage. So the usage is the norm. So a summary of what I wanted to say. The amount of lexical influence from English is very low, and the loan words are a natural part of the Swedish vocabulary. But the increased lexical influence of English in Swedish can be seen as a threat if the words that are carrying meaning in a text, in a discourse, is of English origin, because you have to know English to understand the text. And the power of language has shifted from the authorities to the user, and that is something that Tom will talk more about, I think. So, thank you. That's all for me.
So we have the chance to question or ask questions. And I think this may raise some interest because, for example, in the process of increased self-determination in Wales, when the Welsh Assembly was being created, There weren't very many people actually interested in the process, so to say, ordinary people. When one of the representatives wrote the wrong morphemes in Welsh, they have hundreds of people who are blaming him for being a bad user of the language. So I think you may be interested in commenting on this also.
Let me only say also that you took a lot of burden away from me. I will be able to lean on a lot of what you said, and particularly what is interesting is that linguists who have been very, very uninterested in the past of media have now become more and more interested in media, and the new research that is on its way will open up totally new strands. I will return to that in a while.
Just a moment, Rob. I'll give you the mic. So I had just one question. If you look at English as a language, it's probably the language that has borrowed more than any other language. And two of the words here, avocado is from Nahuatl, and chutney, I think, maybe from Punjabi or Hindi. So how do you see on this integration of words into languages? When is something integrated into Swedish so that you cannot really recognize it without specialist knowledge?
You mean when they are established, the establishment of the words and...
Yes, yes.
Well, what I could show in my study was that new words are seldom integrated at all, because since English and Swedish are typologically very close to each other and also lexical very close to each other, it's very easy to borrow words from English and to put them in a position in the sentence where they need no integration. And what has happened last 10 years, 20 years, is that the Swedish language has borrowed English words without integration. Later we had these words like, now I just remember one, the word sex. That is not a long word actually, because it came in 1944. But when you inflect the word, we derive the word sex, in Swedish it's sexig. But when you, we have also the word dirty. We don't say dirtig. We don't use the ending, the Swedish ending. We use the English ending. So that is a big difference, big development, and fairly dangerous development in the Swedish language, I think, because the words can be established like socially, but not structurally. I don't know if that was the question.
We'll go for an answer, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And I had lots of questions about just particular aspects of the frequency of loan words. First of all, does age have a factor? Is there greater use of loan words among a different generation, either older or younger?
The age of the users.
That's right. And also, what about register? Do you see, I mean, you had an example from a newspaper, it looked like, but would you, if that were a news story rather than, I'm not sure precisely what the piece was about, but if you had a news story in a major daily paper, would you see as many loanwords in that context? Would you hear more on an evening talk show about popular culture and less on a news and current affairs show about political issues? So does domain and register have an impact? And the last question was, did you see any differences between what's happening in Sweden and what's happening in Finland and perhaps in Åland? Does the sort of linguistic context have any impact on this at all? Do you see greater shift in sort of morphology, the sorts of things you pointed out in a Finnish context where there might be some element of language shift to Finnish as well going on? Lots of questions. I'm sorry for having so many, but I thought it's a very interesting presentation indeed, and gives rise to these sorts of questions.
Thank you. That was 15 questions. Okay, the domain question. Of course, there are big differences between the domains and registers and age. As you might understand, and the young people use more English and the older people use less English. And that has been also the discussion about diglossy, which is, of course, that if the young people or start using English more and more, and the older generation has to know English to understand what the younger people says or writes, then we have a problem with democracy and language democracy. And also, if of course, it's a fact that there is a domain loss to English in many disciplines in society today, in science, in economics, in politics, and you can't manage without knowing English. And that's one night I was very angry at Jarmo because he wrote his thesis in English. I thought he would have written his thesis in Swedish or Finnish. Or Finnish.
Point, it's often said in Scotland that by critics of all the support for the Gaelic language that Gaelic is obviously a poor, weak language because it imports so many English words, and you'll see things in the newspaper. They don't even have their own word for spaghetti or lasagna. The writer not being aware that those are actually loan words into English. So, you know, that banana. What's the Gaelic for banana, anyhow? Or avocado?
Well, just a brief question. These English words in Swedish, do they contribute or do they replace the expressions? And another, do we know about the users? Or are the users journalists, young people, academic? Are there differences in the way of using the words?
First, of course, they contribute. First of all, we have this datatermgruppen in Sweden that works on finding words in Swedish that how do you say ersätta? Replaces the English words. Like we have this replacing words, ersättningsord, for example, e-post instead of email. But many of the phenomenons that comes, we just don't import words or borrow words, we borrow the phenomenon, we borrow the whole setting of things. So of course English loanwords contribute, and it's a natural way of language development. But my point is more that if there is a Swedish word for something, you should use it and not take the English word for it. But then when you start looking at for example, synonyms and in English and Swedish, like bodybuilder and livvakt. Bodybuilder has another sound. You know, Tom Mooring might want to have a body. No, not a
bodyguard.
Not bodyguard. He might need a bodyguard, but I can manage with a livvakt. Because, you know, big stars have bodyguards and just ordinary people might have a livvakt. So they are not equal, they are not synonyms. And the second question was that, I don't remember. The use. Actually, we always thought that you know, academic people and people in high positions in society use more English, but a colleague of mine who were in the same project where we studied English in Nordic countries said that suddenly the I don't know the word, vaktmästare, janitor came into her room and said that she should move from her chair, and he said, can you move a day, lite? And she was like, my God, he's using English. Only the janitor is using English like this. And she told us this, and I think it's true that English is used in all the whole society, yes, in all the levels. My daughter, who lives in Finland, hates Finnish, but she's playing Harry Potter on PlayStation, and she's learning English all the time.
We have a last question or comment.
Thank you. My name is Nils Selander, and I'm working at the Sámi Parliament. And thank you for a very interesting introduction to a topic. I think that you could continue to speak for the rest of the day, but I will try to be short, because this is a topic that interests all people who speak about language, both words. And this level of impact from other languages, this level of exchange, it's on words. And that's what everyone, you don't need to be a linguist to engage in this kind of discussions.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we know it in Sámi, and I think very often we also know it in most bilingual communities, because we also get this blaming of using words from Norwegian, not using words from Sámi, and sometimes when we got those blamings from the Norwegian, and we make them aware of, but it's not a Norwegian word, parliament, minister, then they start, and isn't it? Yeah, but that's sometimes you need to be a linguist or to have studied languages to take part in these kind of discussions. But what I wanted to say is that sometimes these loan words, and we have a lot of them in Sámi, and some of them, the oldest one, they're so good, very well adapted that we don't think about them as loan words. Loan words, we think about loan words, it's just we have them for loan, and then we give them back. It happens. And Finnish is a very, very brilliant example of that. Today, they call something, in the electric way, they call it muuntaja. But before that, it was umformari, transformatori. It worked very well. So, in short, we shouldn't be afraid of loan words. They don't hurt us.
Really?
I think I agree with the last speaker that I would get really worried if language does not take in on board more loan words. I would get very worried if you can see that the structure is changing.
But
and you had a point, you said that they bring in along other things as well. And I think that might be quite interesting to study as a next step. That is the syntax, for example, changing very much because of the words. Then you have a much more serious case.
Can I just comment on that one? I think that I have to say that you are part of a majority speaking community, and I am a part of a minority speaking community, even if we speak
I'm a
Swedish.
minority too.
Yes, but in Swedish you're a majority. So that's why you can say that English is not a threat, but I can say it because I know the facts.
I think I feel like Charles when he said it doesn't help if I rip my testicles off. If you blame one to who is the victim actually here. But thanks a lot also. We will continue the discussion. And now we will continue with Tom Moring's presentation. And he is well known in, I think, not only in Helsinki and Kautokeino, but also in Stockholm. He is actually the honorary doctor of the Stockholm University.
Thanks to you.
And we look forward to hearing your presentation too. And Tom has asked me to inform you that we will around 1 o'clock make a break in order to be a bit touristic. There is obviously a huge cultural event here in Kautokeino at 2 o'clock, and it's a wedding, so we would like to see part of that at least. So, Tom, please go ahead.
Okay, while we are changing things here, just on the question of livvakt and bodyguard, I feel that some people would like to take my life, but I have few people who would like to take my body. So I think that the sex differentiation here might go the other way, at least on my part. But that's maybe just a marginal comment. Åsa, I said earlier that Åsa helped me a lot, and that is because there is so much research out there in regard to the triangle that we are addressing here, that is power, language, and media. There's so much research out there saying that we don't know. And now linguists gradually have entered into the realm of media. Of course, they've been there before, but we all know about the skepticisms aired by Joshua Fishman starting in 1991 and repeated throughout his career until his later works in 2002 and even later, where he said that don't overestimate the impact on media, and at least do not let media substitute other influences that you may want to lean on when you're talking about generational language shift. Now there is this. There is a great, I think it's EU-financed project going on where Nicholas Copeland is working with these matters now. There are other researchers, as Ulrik Hammon, who has been addressing this. Ulrik Hammon is a very forceful linguist, and he is in the core of linguistic discourse, and it's very welcome that people have started to enter into this field. Now, what I'm going to talk to you about now is something that is very, very preliminary. And it is actually thanks to Kent Valjo and also Nils-Johan Hetta that we are in this process now, because the story started with an email from Kent saying that we would need some hands-on argument on what research says about media and language. And we do not really know what is out there. And then I had the opportunity to engage a young student, Elisabeth Wiede, who helped me in this. I went at that time to a couple of conferences around Europe, and I collected a body of 35 informants who helped me to identify researchers who have been engaged in this issue, and we sent out a letter to every one of them, and I think that everyone actually replied and gave us what they had in their own computers and in their own reference literature and in their own research, of course, in relation to this matter. We found, first of all, a strong support for the claim that just came up on the screen. It is a PhD defense or a PhD where Stian Hårstad wrote in 2010 that it is difficult to measure how media specifically affects our lifestyle, but fewer and fewer doubt that media have successively been given a stronger impact, especially and particularly in regard to how it affects language. This is kind of a very good summary of where research stands on this on this issue. Now, when I say this is an ongoing process, that is because we've just been flooded with about 175 articles, of which 75 address this issue. And Kent and I have been reading nights and days in order to come to grips with it. What I'm presenting now is just a structuration of what we find in this literature. It's very much skimming the theme now, and we will of course come back with a deeper analysis at a later point. But as I said, 175 different articles, of which 75 evidence or argument for media's influence on language. The others do then come with more indirect arguments that go via identity or go via other factors that then can be related to language at a later step. 30 of these are on language and identity, 17 on indigeneity, 7 on culture, 5 on nation and citizenship, and 49 with other arguments. Now, we found about almost 10, I think there are 9 bullet points there that would maybe portray for you how these articles that directly address media and language, how they portray the effect. The small figures, small numbers down there, they are only for us who work with it. It's the number of the article in our secret archives. Those of you who will want these archives will be given them, and then you can decode the arguments here by going into the article that is numbered in this table. But first and foremost, we are in the traditional, earlier stated position that media is part of everyday practice. That we know, but we do not have enough knowledge about the detailed effects. That is something that would go even Fishman, who was the skeptic that I referred to earlier, even he would accept this argument as an argument, and I've been using it a lot of times in my writing and in our writings. For example, with Charlie, we've been referring to this, and with Rob and Leah and with others. But then when we dig deeper into it, we find that there is anyway research that comes with quite substantial evidence that there really is a relation between media and language. The problem is that there is not one relation between media and language. The problem is that there are so many. So we have to look at these different types of effects in their particularity and in their context. And when we look at that, we then gradually get convinced that the research really has a strong saying on how media and language are related. First of all, a lot of research concerns language maintenance and language construction effects. For example, the introduction of words into language, loan words. How do loan words come in? In many cases, loan words come in like quotations from the outside, and they are distributed via media. And then when they establish themselves in the media, then they gradually become accepted in the lexicon. I think Åsa could have some more information on this, but my understanding is that, for example, the Swedish lexicon, which is guarded by the Swedish Academy, a little bit in the same way as the French Academy guards the French lexicon. The Swedish Academy has become more and more open to accepting new terms and new ways of saying things and new words as a consequence of their use in everyday life, as witnessed by their use in the media. Now, if this is the case, then the media really affects construction of language. When we discussed with Sámi journalists up here, it was about 2 years ago, I think, when we were here for the Wittgen conference, we discussed with a lot of journalists with Sámi roots and origin, many of these journalists said that we have, and we feel like we have a particular task in modernizing Sami language so that it can cope with today's world, so that it really can answer to the modern world and the different concepts that you have to carry with you in the modern world. And here, a lot of research shows, and it's around the world, it's not only Sami, it's a lot from Ireland, it's from Australia, it's from here and there, focusing on this problem. Socialization and identity effects, that's another issue that is very common in research. Media is very important in socializing us and giving us an identity within a language. Language learning effects, there is not so much research concerning direct effects on language, but the research that there is oftentimes looking at it as indirect effects. For children, more direct effects, but for adult people, indirect effects in forms of maintaining language, in forms of taking up new language patterns, etc., 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 but not as the basic learning tool for language. That is still within the family, the kindergarten, and the school. Media come in second. But then when it comes to the importance for minority language to enter into the digital media development, there we have very interesting research going on. The press release for this conference was made on the basis of an article written by an Hungarian mathematician, I think he is, named Andrei Kornai, who looked at the presence of languages in the digital world and made a prescription of, or he made a provision for how this is going to develop in the future if the tendencies we see today hold. And when I read this article, I came to think about the importance of languages being written and read, because linguists have for a long time said that those languages that are now dying are those languages that are not written and that cannot be read. Now, what Kornai does is he does a similar analysis of which languages go digital. And he says in his provision that in about 100 years, 250 of the 7,000 or so languages will be left with a presence on the digital platform that is credible. Now, I don't believe in what he says, because what he says is a provision based on statistics that we have here and now, and this is, of course, a field that is guided by policy, and what we do will have an importance. But it is, of course, a very important signal on what the digital means in terms of our languages and how they are going to develop and what will be the platform in the future. There is a lot of other research that, not with this mathematical tool, but with similar tools, operate on the question how and in what way do languages get presence in the digital realm and in the digital media, and what does this mean in terms of how it's used in social media and how it is used in what one could call produced top-down type mass media. And these are discussions that we have had before already here, so I don't have to go into them in more detail. Then the most convincing research, empirically most convincing research that we see, is the claims that talk about the effects of media in a minority language on the economic vitality. There is quite a lot of research on that. I've quoted a few here, but there are, I know, others out there, and Rob and I have been writing about this when we have talked about it in terms of the European Charter for Regional Minority Languages, where one of the big questions is actually the stimulating effect it has on a minority culture, where you usually do not have very many workplaces that are related exactly to the usage of the language, that there is an economic boost and opportunity to find workplaces that operate fully and where the language is stimulated as part of the workplace culture and the job. Now these articles are, in the sense, more substantial in their claims than many others, because that is easy to measure compared to the other arguments that are many times circumstantial, more argued, more assumed than stiffly proved. Here we find more stiff proof. Also, the discussion on effects and influence on democracy, power, and language rights is very present in the literature. And here we find two types of arguments. First, we find those articles who show the importance of the presence of the language in media and how it organizes societies from within and how it can reach out to tell about the minority culture and to be a representative of the language to the outside world. Then we find the opposite perspective, and that is the articles that show how languages, minority languages, can be threatened by media, by the outcoming aggression towards language or the neglection of language. So the non-presence of media comes in, and the negative representation of media comes in here as another part of this group of research. And finally, we find a new discussion popping up in recent works where the development of language and media are related to globalization and mediatization, and it's astonishing that so few, and it's astonishing that not even me has been writing on these issues, because that is, of course, an evident question. In a world where more and more things happen in the media, through the media, and by the media, the question of the presence of the media and the mediatization processes in itself, how they affect languages, should merit more analysis than we find in this literature. Now, I think that everybody has the right not only to deliberation and discussion, but also to a lunch. So I'm not going to go through all these quotes that I have collected here, but these will be available for you if you want to. I think that we will try to put all the presentations up on the web, and then later you can look at them in more detail. But I'll take 3 slides from here that are kind of presenting not hierarchies, but lists of effects or influences between media and languages that they have been detecting. Sari Pietikäinen, who has been studying Sámi media a lot and has done very, very good work together with Sally Kelly-Holmes and some others, she has presented this list: revitalization and awareness promotion, language prestige, language and tradition reservoir, that is, media form a reservoir for the language and its traditions, the influencing of indigenous ways of knowing, that is the Sapir-Whorf theory. If you speak Sámi, if you use Sámi in the media, you also promote a certain way of thinking, a way of thinking that is not possible if you're not within this language and its way of conceptualizing things. Also, a workshop for language development, the media would form a workshop like that. Building scattered sites to a community, that is, the different Sámi communities that we have been talking about here, for example, would be combined to one imagined community in the sense that Benedict Andersson talks about community building through the media, and then building cultural citizenship, having to do directly with power and representation. That would be Sari's list. Mike Cormack, who was an early bird in this field, wrote his first international article, I think, on this in the European Journal of Communication. I think it was 1998 or 1997, 1998. What did you say? Okay. Well, I have to check. But this one is from 2003, this list, where he talks about important symbolic role for communities, providing career prospects, developing a public sphere, representing a culture both within itself and outsiders, and talking about the media as key conveyors of culture. And then he notes, which is important, to date, very little research exists to firmly establish the positive benefits of minority language and media on actual language practices. There is a gap between the assumption of the media's role and the lack of firm evidence concerning the media's effectiveness in reversing language shift. And much of what he has been doing since has had to do with an effort to overcome this. And then Charlie and I did a kind of a summary of the criteria we found that had been in the literature, where we added all this into a list. And in addition to what has been said here before, we've found research showing direct relation between use of minority language media and language activism. And we found also quite some substantial research in regard to cultural identity formulation. All in all, Stian Hårdstad's quote that I started with is, as I see it, quite strongly substantiated by this research that we have been detecting. And as a matter of fact, I have decided myself to stop saying that we do not have stiff evidence for media's effect on language. What I will start to say from now on is we have very substantial evidence for media's effect on language, but it is divided on so many different platforms that it is difficult to talk about as one, so we have to talk about it as many effects on many levels. And thank you so much, but don't doubt it.
So maybe there is time for one or two comments. And before we have that, I have to, so to say, correct myself regarding the afternoon. We are going to be here at 1 o'clock, and we will have exact presentations during 15 minutes.
And then we are going out about 1:45.
Yes. So we will sort of resume here at 1 o'clock again. It was 2 o'clock, the wedding, I think. No, we're not going into the church.
Ah, well, okay. Then we change it. What time would that be?
What time will they come out of the church?
They will come about 45 minutes and then 5:50 minutes.
So it's around 3 o'clock.
2:45.
Yeah.
Half past two. 2:30 we take a pause.
Yeah.
In order, because we have to walk. It's quite a bit to walk anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I had one question. I think it's a very good and promising type of research, trying to sort of say clarify what the impact of media is. But I was missing, in a way, two maybe more linguistic aspects. And one is that it creates the model of, depending on the genre you're reading or you're consuming, you also create a norm for the language. You, so to say, train people how to behave linguistically in public spheres, and writing especially, I think. And the developer as a literacy producer, I think is quite important, also for any kind of public debate.
I would be happy to have a reference on that, and I'd include it. I mean, this is an open list, so we add. So if we find research, this is the research we have found with our informants, but please add some, and I'll add it to this list. Yes, very, very good.
So still one or two remarks, questions?
Yes, I was wondering about the role of social media when I was preparing my presentation, and I would like you to answer this question. What do you think, what kind of impact does the social media have on language and language norms?
Well, we know something, even from research, not only like, observations from here and there, but really from research. First of all, we know that there are instances where languages are really enhanced and empowered by social media, because social media are easy and cheap to use. So where you have a language community of people of relevant age and with relevant interests who want to communicate in their languages, social media supports it. But as was already reported by Torkel yesterday, in situations where languages maybe aren't considered to be cool or easy to use on the social media platforms, they are easily substituted to other languages. But we know that people prefer to actively use their media when they use social media, that they write or where they present themselves through videos and others in their own language. Then we know that media coming from the outside, so to say browsing media, happens to a greater and greater extent on other languages than minority languages. That is, you have a positive effect, possible positive effect on the social media own use, but you have a quite definite negative effect on the use of incoming information that you browse and you consume. That has, of course, to do with the enormous asymmetry in supply of. So this would be what we know from research now.
Okay, I think.
Ken, do you want to add something to this?
Just that minor obstacles should the use of minority language. Like in Sámi, if it's difficult to use Sámi letters, then that would be such an obstacle.
So maybe we should conclude and have our lunch and continue the discussion. And I think we should all thank the four presenters this morning. It's been very interesting.
All right, friends, welcome back from lunch. Those of you who have come back from lunch, I think it's time to get started because we have a small change in the schedule and we will take a longer break after 3:30 in order to be a little bit touristy around here and see a wedding up in the church. But before that, we are going to have some very, very interesting and important talks. And the first to give his word is Nils Johan Heta, head of programs at NRK, Sámi Radio, and everything. NRK and its language policy. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Kent. I think I will increase your salary for that comment. Well, I'm director for the NRK Sámi, as we call it now. It has been NRK Sámi Radio, but 2 or a little bit more than 2 years back, we changed the name to NRK Sámi, and the reason is that it's because we run both not just radio services but also television and internet services. I have been working in NRK Sámi more or less continuously since 1977, and I have been director for the station since 1985. Thank you for the invitation to this seminar, which I find both very interesting and very, very important for development of the media offer, especially in this case for the Sámi, but for the indigenous in all. I've been asked to talk about NRKs and its language policy, as I am director for the Sámi division or department of the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation and editor-in-chief for the Sámi content in NRK. I suppose the expectations are linked to NRK's strategies and policy on Sámi language. NRK is Norway's biggest media house. The broadcaster is state-owned, and the parliament, Stortinget, has given the mandate and the owner role to the Ministry of Culture. NRK has been given a special mandate to be a non-commercial, politically independent public broadcaster. And the company is financed by license fee, paid by all households in Norway owning a television. Someone would say this is an old way to finance a new and modern media broadcaster. There is starting a work now to find out what should be the financing in the future. The total budget for NRK is approximately 5 billion Norwegian crowns, which means approximately 610 million euros. As public service broadcaster financed by license fee, NRK is given a mandate. The mandate is defined in NRK-plakaten, which means something like NRK poster. The mandate document is adopted by Stortinget, the parliament, in 2012. And the document, NRK-plakaten, is incorporated in NRK's own regulations. And the mandate and regulations are the framework and the basis for long-term plans with goals and strategies for the company. The headings in the mandate document says that NRK shall support and strengthen the democracy. NRK must be accessible for the whole public. NRK shall strengthen Norwegian language, culture and identity. NRK must aim at high quality, diversity and innovation. NRK's public service offer must be non-commercial, and NRK must have attractive content on internet, mobile TV, etc. Under the heading, NRK must strengthen Norwegian language, culture and identity, there is an article reflecting the obligations for the Sami content. NRK must contribute to strengthen Norwegian and Sami language, identity and culture. NRK also have to offer programs for national and linguistic minorities. And NRK have to offer daily broadcasts in Sami, for the Sami people. Not saying that that should be in Sami language. But this is the mandate from the parliament to the Norwegian broadcaster, NRK. As you can see, the article with NRK obligations from the parliament's given mandate was incorporated in the corporate strategy for 2013 to 2018. NRK strengthens and contributes to developing Norwegian and Sami language and culture. I find it satisfactory that NRK underlines the importance of Sami language and culture on a strategic level as one of the long-term goals in the corporate strategy. In 2012, NRK's top management, the executives, followed up the corporate strategy by adopting these 3 goals for the Sami broadcasting in NRK for 2013 until 2017. At least 1 hour daily TV broadcast in Sami language through weekdays. A digital Sami public service radio channel, and a leading important internet portal into Sami content. And as you may understand of these goals, we are running, as I said, both radio, TV and internet services. Reaching these goals, we ourselves, we mean that we need to be a leading provider and publisher of content in Sami language. We need to tell the Sami stories and bring the Sami people together. As one of the strategies for the Norwegian broadcasting company, the whole company, is to bring the Norwegian people together. And we need to be a Sami arena for news, culture, entertainment, and content for children and youth. Even if Sami is considered to be one or two official languages in Norway, the use of Sami language in media compared with the quantity of Norwegian is obvious. Let me add, the differences are understandable from the perspective of the number of Norwegian and Sami-speaking people. But from the perspective that all the Sami languages or dialects are endangered languages, it doesn't always seem to be understandable or acceptable. This shows that newspaper, you will find about 230 newspaper in Norwegian language. It means they are producing about 2 million pages every year in Norwegian. In Sami we have 2 new Sami newspaper, where one of them is using Sami language, and that means about 6,200 pages of Sami newspaper every year. Radio channels in Norway, these numbers are from 2012. Then we had 17 radio channels, 96,000 hours a year. In Sami we had 1 channel with a minus. That means, of course, that it's not a full service channel. And we are publishing about 1,700 hours a year. And concerning to TV, there are 17 channels Norwegian language in Norway, or was in 2012. And they are publishing 150,000 hours per year. In Sami, we have no channel, no TV channel. We have 239 hours Sami television broadcasts. But I think we also have to remind ourselves that we are not just competing with the Norwegian media content. Actually, we are on the international arena with increasing numbers of content providers and publishers. Not only using pocket money to reach out to an international public. You have Netflix, YouTube, Facebook, Google, HBO. There are a lot of them. That is even more challenging for minority and indigenous languages. Because we are not that powerful economically that we could raise our content to that level. All the Sami dialects, some would say languages, in Norway are considered to be endangered. And the main purpose for increasing content in Sami language is to strengthen and develop the use of the language, and in many areas to help revitalizing the language. For a media house as NRK Sámi, providing content is still important. And we will be one of the most important institutions for revitalizing the Sámi language by presenting our content in Sámi language. That makes our role as media house even more important. In the competition with the international actors. And of course the situation is that in the arena of international competition with bilingual and multilingual public, we will be the losers, well, in just 1 week, if we try to compete with the same content that they do. Dealing with Sámi content and Sámi perspective, the need of NRK Sámi as provider of content will still be there. As minority or indigenous representative, you always have to fight for your goals and achievements. I've been doing this in the NRK top management for more than 2 decades. Actually, it means to repeat and repeat the needs, even if we talk about a small indigenous group compared with the majority. And allow the Sámis understand Norwegian, as they say. My colleagues ask, why do we need that huge content? Because we are that small group. And because we understand Norwegian, most of us understand also Norwegian. Well, my question to them has been often, nowadays they seldom ask for that, or they don't ask for that, the need, because they start to understand. But my answer to them was actually a question. Why do you Norwegians need that lot? Media offers, media channels, media content. Thou the Norwegians do understand Swedish very well. That makes them understand that there is a question of a different perspective, different values. When we have answered some of the questions, there are always new ones. What kind of content would be the most powerful in strengthening and developing language? What are the most important age groups to provide content for? What genre would be the most efficient for increasing the number of Sámi language speakers? I want to bring many thanks to Professor Tom Moring and the University of Helsinki for doing the report and making this overview, which you presented before lunch. I think this is very, very important for me in my discussions with our NRK executives. And for your information, I already invited Tom Moring to have the same presentation at the top management meeting in NRK probably in the end of May. That would be good. I do fully support the Sami self-determination in media from a principle and an ideological point of view. On the other hand, I know how difficult it is to run a media. With that big changes in technology, platforms, distribution that we face from day to day. It is challenging, and it's also very expensive to follow up all the changes we face. To be on the new platforms means to provide content in another way. If you are alone, it will be even more challenging. But it is possible, of course. There are many examples for that. Well, I could have stopped here, but the presentations and the discussions yesterday and today, earlier today, gave me the idea to show you some graphs on the change of use of media platforms we are facing continuously. Also the Sami medias. Usage or consume of mobile content is increasing more than any other usage of media. This is common for all age groups, but most among users between 20 and 29 years. And there is a strong increase in usage of mobile in all age groups. Usage of mobile platform can be the largest of all media usage. The increase is 9% just within 1 year. Well, some more graphics. Graphs showing the change of public's media choice through the last decade. Look at this now. This is 2001. TV is sky blue. Radio is dark blue. The internet here is marked with red. And green is printed newspaper. This is a situation in 2001. This is 2004. 7. 9. The yellow one is mobile platform. 11. 12. 13. Should we take this once more? 1, 4, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13. Internet is most important for use under 50 years age, for people under 50 years age. Mobile is more important than TV for use under 35 years age. This means for getting news as news source. The change in use of media platforms the last decade shows that the need of a traditional Sámi TV channel, for example, is not growing. 2 years ago, in this auditorium, I was declaring my support to a Sámi TV channel. I do admit that I have been jealous to the many other indigenous TV station, TV broadcasters who run their own TV channel. Today, if I was offered 50 million Norwegian crowns more per year in my budget, which is approximately the distribution costs for running a terrestrial TV network, I'm not sure I would use it for establishing a traditional TV channel. In times when the public themselves choose where and when they want to consume the content, I think I would choose the money to provide high quality content. And that's because high quality content is still the king. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Nils Johan. We have a little bit tight of time, but still, it's as your talk was so interesting and important, I'm sure there will be some questions to be posed in the auditorium.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. What is your budget and how much goes to television as opposed to radio, television production as opposed to radio?
Well, the total budget for NRK Sámi is approximately 95 million Norwegian crowns. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers in my I don't remember them, but I would guess about 40 million for television, under 20 million for radio.
Yes, thank you very much for an interesting lesson. I agree with you. High quality is the king, and when I heard about that, I think that and the spoken language is the thing, and in that way, Sámi Radio has been a very, very important institution for Sámi language, and still is. Because when we talk about media, there are very many kinds of media, and also the media that is promoting written language, and it's very good too. But the basic thing is that Sámi language and every language that's used is spoken. And the spoken language is available in a much bigger way than written language, even though I'm also a proponent for this. We should work hard on that too. But in that way, I think it's very important that you continue your work. And sometimes we have been watching television programs where we see that the people there, they are Sámi speaking, but you are not making the programs. The other one, the Norwegians are making the programs, and they are under-communicating the Sámi there. That could have been shown, I think, if Sámi Radio had made it.
Well, I don't know.
My name is Badagao, and I just received my salary, so I feel safe to ask the questions to my own boss and a friend. Two simple questions. We've been having similar discussions before. The first one is pretty simple. How does the Sámi society, including the communities, the people in the communities, and also the politician, weigh the Sámi media, especially the television? Are they satisfied with the current TV hours and its independence under NRK Sámi, under NRK? Do they ask for independence and independent TV channel instead of 15 to 30 minutes of news after the prime time NRK news? That's my first question. Is there any strategy in the following 5 to 10 years regarding an independent TV channel, supported by the government, of course? My second question is the topic these 2 days is language, media, power, and we know it all tied together. But when we talk about language, we focus a lot on indigenous language, of course, because it's the most important thing. But I would want to ask NRK Sámi, what is your strategy on international content and international strategy for your content? You are talking about high quality is the king. I totally agree. Distribution is not the problem because the people in Australia and New Zealand, in Taiwan, can watch NRK Odasa online every day, but we don't understand the language. I know the NRK has a policy that one of the policy is NRK is for the publics in Norway, for the Sámi, for the Norwegian, or for the immigration. Do you have any strategy in creating English content? Because English for us is a tool for people to bring understanding across the globe. I believe if you find Sámi political issues and the Sámi people are well known in the international political arena, they are in the leading role for the indigenous rights and movements. I believe if you find the Sámi cultural or language issues or political issue, the people can identify themselves more with the indigenous people across the globe, other than the Norwegian in Norway. So do you have any strategy on bringing the Sámi culture to the other part of the world with mainstream, here I say, the English language? Thank you.
You have so long questions, I don't even remember the first one. But the second one, it's easy to answer. No, we don't have any strategies for publishing content outside the Scandinavian countries, outside the Sámi area. The main reason for that is that we are not the license free from the population, from the public in Norway, is not meant for providing content for the outside world. Then there is a question if we should do that in a small scale, not to make that as one of the main topics in our strategy. That could be discussed, but I find one of the most important ways to do this is to, as we do now, to try to provide news reports, news content, and even program exchange between the members of the International Indigenous Broadcasters Network. The first question. Well, there was, I guess it's 3-4 years ago, the Norwegian Sámi Parliament, they provided some kind of report what they wanted with the Sámi institutions. And one of the institutions mentioned there was NRK Sámi, And in this report, the Sámi parliament said that it was, perhaps they wasn't quite clear, but they said that self-determination in media is also important, and that could mean that NRK Sámi shouldn't be a part of the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation. And as I said, I haven't. There is no problem for me to understand this from an ideological point of view. Perhaps I'm that old that I'm a little bit pragmatic. I find what is best for the situation. It's in some way, I used to say, it's better to be a little bit rich and be a part of a big corporation than to be very, very poor outside, or you could be a Sámi, but with a very little money.
Well, maybe we'll let that be an answer, because we have one more question here, and then we have to proceed with our program.
Johan, thanks again for a typically lucid paper. The most powerful series of histograms I've seen in decades. I mean, my question is about the use of mobile. And given my age set, I mean, I'm the Neanderthal who still needs my daily fix with newspaper, print. Is there an issue about genre? You know, we had Livinga talking about documentary, about a particular form of media content for Sámi. If you're downloading your media through your mobile, is there something about attention span? Is there something about the nature of the physical entity that has implications for your production values, for what you've got to produce? I mean, I wouldn't know, because, I mean, you know, that's my mobile. It's in our, you know, it's a Nokia Phase 1. I do wonder whether, in fact, this is a challenge for you, that you're going to have to start producing different variants on material. If you are focusing on mobile, and necessarily so, does it have implications for the style, the genre, the content?
Well, of course it has. And this, we are in the company, in Norwegian Broadcasting, we just started to trying to provide more content on mobile screen. It means you can have the same content, but you have to provide it in another way. You can't actually, there will not be, I suppose, anyone using mobile screen for watching a documentary in half an hour documentary. So actually you have to provide your content with small reports, and also used a lot in entertainment genre. That's in entertainment and news. I think the mobile platform will be the most important the coming years. But you never know how the mobile technology will develop in the coming years. Perhaps it will give you 4G, will give you a better capacity, possibility, and I don't know, will there be 5G, 6G?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. We are going on with our program, and just for everybody to know, we have 2 more speakers, and we really have to keep on let the speakers to speak to the point, and then we think about other stuff. So the next speaker will be Kent Vallio, project director of NRK Sámi Radio, indigenous TV corporation. The floor is yours.
Allt eller vara
yet. So if you don't ask me any questions, then this will be over in 30 minutes and 47 seconds. So this is my cool great-grandfather on the left and a friend of his. They only understood Sámi. So the first question is, who do we want to see us? Who do we want to reach? Is it people like them, or is it everyone? In other words, is it the indigenous Sámi population, or as many people as possible? This is my daughter and me. We both understand Sámi and Norwegian and some English. She also knows some Spanish and Chinese. There are many Sámis like us. Again, should we choose to the broadcast language which we reach most people by, or what? Just to show you all my family album and to show off my beautiful German girlfriend, here are the three of us getting ready for the Sámi Easter Festival last year. The girl on the left speaks a much larger language than the two others in the picture do, but we can't choose her language as our broadcast language of several reasons. I guess I'm here to say that the largest possible audience isn't always the primary concern or priority. It is certainly not more important than language in our instance. But that doesn't mean that we always prioritize language first. Our job isn't just to promote language, but also to inform the majority and Sámis who doesn't speak Sámi. This homemade drawing is how I see or propose the relationship between audience and existence. We can't always choose a larger language as our broadcast language, even though it would give us a larger potential audience, because it would be in conflict with who we try to reach, as well as our mission and our reason to exist. These are the things we have to both choose from and balance. So how should we choose? Let me say a little bit more about that. The importance of being seen, or many viewers, has to be balanced with these other considerations. It has to be balanced with the language policy of the outlet, which also gives it legitimacy and thereby gives it a right to exist, as many viewers and thereby cash also do. This is obviously not based on research, but how it is for NRK Sámi by my experience, at least partly. If the factors in this other imperfect model wouldn't have to be balanced, then we wouldn't have much of neither of these, viewers, power or cash. I will return to this subject because this model made in my kitchen with no trousers on doesn't really fit our reality. What you see here has been criticized. This is in the majority language in Norway, Norwegian. It's from NRK Sámi's webpage, but our language is Sámi. So why do we also publish in Norwegian? 4 of the answers are that there are just 40 to 80,000 Sámis, and only about 30,000 of them speak Northern Sámi, and as Hatta said, 2,000 speak Lule Sámi and 500 speak South Sámi. And that most of the Sámis are illiterate in Sámi, and that we also have a responsibility to inform the majority population. Should we write for them in a language they don't read, or should we look at that this way? Should we write for them in a language which we wish they would learn to read? So why do we also publish in Norwegian if we not only want to reach a larger audience, but also have language preservation as part of our mission. The practical reasons are that we want the majority of the Sámi people to read what we write, and we also want the majority in Norway to be informed by us and have a window to the Sámi society. The fact is also that most of our other content on other platforms is in Sámi, and that we also have content in Sámi on our webpage. The funny thing is that some of the content in Sámi language on another platform reaches a larger audience than our content in Norwegian, which is the majority language in Norway, as I already said. I will come back to that shortly. These are the estimated numbers of people who know English, Norwegian, and Northern Sámi in the world. If the core or essence of mass media is to reach out to as many people as possible, then English would obviously be the first choice here, Norwegian the second choice, and Sámi would be chosen last. But that is just a part of the basis of how the media outlet chooses its language, as I have already said. Policy, target group, or who you are there for are other important factors, as I have also already mentioned. Here is one of our solutions, not only to the desire and need to have an audience of a certain size, but also to exchange content. These are NRK Sámi's partners in the Nordic countries. Together we make both radio programs and a news broadcast on TV. Because our aim is to reach the Sámis in all of Sámi, both Norway, Finland, Sweden, and hopefully Russia in the future. The reason why we collaborate with Sámi broadcasters in Sweden and Finland is to reach these people. So how do we solve the conflict between a small language and the desire to have a large audience? Subtitling is one of the most common solutions. That's a way we can both preserve and promote the Sámi language and still reach bigger audiences. And that's how we reach at least 700% of our potential Sámi-speaking audience on one of our broadcasts in Sámi, just by adding subtitles. That is also non-Sámi people view our broadcasts. This is the main broadcast I'm talking about. Orvasat is our news broadcast on TV. It's in Sámi, but has had, it has about 200,000 viewers in these 3 countries. That's a larger audience than all of the Sámis in the world, as I have already said. Together with other indigenous broadcasters, we have found an even bigger potential than this. And this is it. These are the current members of the World Indigenous Television Broadcasters Network. NRK Sámi's head is the head of the also the head of the network. And Patagau here is the Secretary General of the network. The mission of the network is to create opportunities for increased audiences, among other things, and that is exactly what it does. The potential audience of the Whitman channels is about 170 million people. That means that by making English versions of the stories we make, or by adding subtitles in English, the stories we share in the Whitman network potentially reach millions of people in the world. But the funny thing is that we wouldn't have access to this audience if we weren't in fact a small indigenous Sámi broadcaster. The same is the fact with the Norwegian and the Nordic audience. We wouldn't exist if we didn't have a special mission to serve the Sami people in Sami language. So the small number and small language in this instance becomes an opportunity to reach out with our message to both a Nordic audience and an audience all over the world. In the same time as we preserve our language and by that ensure our own continued funding and existence. So in our instance, there isn't a big conflict between being seen and broadcasting in a language few people understand. Subtitling gives us an opportunity to broadcast in Sami, and the Nordic and Indigenous TV Corporation gives us access to larger audiences, and by that more power. But I still haven't really answered the second part of the question. Why is it important to be seen? Coke knows it. Here's a picture of a can they made for the Indigenous Peoples Winter Games last month, the Arctic Winter Games. Big and small mining companies also know it. They know that local promotion or negative issues can both become worldwide advantages and problems if they spread with the help of social media and mass media. Stockholmers also know that local issues can have global implications. Here's what happened with the stock prices of Arctic gold when it was published that the local council in Norway said no to mining in Kautokeino. That's one of the reasons why it's important for small indigenous broadcasters to have the opportunity to spread their content and to be seen. That is to get a bigger audience and to have an impact. Not necessarily to prevent mining and to act like activists for indigenous peoples, but to inform people worldwide about issues which could matter to them, so larger groups worldwide can take action when needed, or so the government and others have to do so. And so big companies and others can't harm powerless, weak or outnumbered groups without any risk. The Indigenous TV Corporation gives us power by providing us with the opportunity to be seen worldwide. And the power that people worldwide view our broadcast gives us is why it's important to be seen if we think our job is important at all. By the way, this is a story from this week where an association called the Norwegian Mining and Quarrying Industries suggests to pay a mining fee to the Sámi Parliament in Norway. I'm confident that the association wouldn't care about Sámis or the Sámi Parliament if the Sámi and indigenous broadcasters didn't exist. And here's the last picture from my family album. It's my grandmother and father writing a postcard. They spoke both Sámi, Norwegian and Finnish, and my father still does. I didn't find any good reason to put this picture here, but I like it and wanted you to see it. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. We have time for one or two questions in case there is somebody who wants to use the opportunity.
Well, first, it's not really a question, it's a comment, and it relates to the Whitman, and it relates to Whitman and to experiences that are now in other parts of the indigenous world or related context, and that is the specific news agendas appear to be very important. I've been putting up one for Eurolang in Brussels 10 years ago. It's still working on no money at all, attracting an audience which is very particular. We know, and Rob will talk more about it, so I won't say more about that, that the BBC Alba has a very particular audience which is far beyond its real reach. So I think this is a very, very important thing. And as I know, the arguments that NRK has to maintain the Sámi radio or NRK Sápmi as a Norwegian project, I think it's anyway both generous and important that you have been extending this activity in the way you have done within the small resources that you have.
What should I say to that?
Well, maybe that should be the last word for the time being, because we do have time in the afternoon as well. I would just like to add that of course the family pictures are most important in this context, because it's always about our closest people and our closest feelings. So, next speaker, Professor Robert Dunbar from University of Edinburgh. His topic is BBC Alba and Scottish Gaelic. Take your time, Robert.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have to leave.
That's quite all right. Absolutely. It was a real pleasure meeting you. Buore be ivi, is that right? Good afternoon, more or less. I'll work on my pronunciation later. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here, and I'm very grateful to have been asked. I'm speaking about BBC Alba. Many of you, of course, will know about BBC Alba already. However, I'll give you a report on BBC Alba. I'll talk a bit about it as a tool for language policy, but I also wanted to address the issues that are at the in the title of the symposium as well. So I'll touch on a variety of things. Outline of the presentation, I'll give you a brief context, both sociolinguistic and demographic situation, a bit on policy for Gaelic more generally. Then I'll talk a bit about the development of Gaelic television broadcasting before the creation of BBC Alba. I'll talk a bit about the role of BBC Alba in language planning for Gaelic, and then some of the challenges that we face, of which there are many. Quick slide on the demographic situation. This gives a sort of historical perspective on the number of Gaelic speakers. In the year 1500, before we had censuses, of course, nobody knows precisely how many people there were in Scotland, but we think there were about 300,000, of which about half were Gaelic speakers. By 1801, the number of Gaelic speakers had risen to over 300,000, probably the high point of the language in terms of numbers, but the growth of the lowlands, the industrial part of Scotland, had been so significant that they only represented 20% of the population. And then 1891 is our first definitive census results, 250,000 speakers, about 7% of the population, and about almost a fifth were monoglots. But because of education policy from the late 19th century, among other factors, the situation changed. The most recent census figures just were released last September, and more detailed figures are coming out, which allow us to analyze the situation a little more closely over the coming months. But the decline between 2001 and 2011 was not as great as many feared, and suggests perhaps a leveling off. However, I think we have to treat that sort of a positive result with a little caution. According to the census, about 57,375 people can speak Gaelic, about 1.1% of the Scottish population, and there you have lower levels in terms of literacy. Literacy is still a problem, and it's a real barrier to the development of print media in particular. Interestingly, about 23,000 people claimed the ability to understand it but not speak, read, or write it. These could be learners, they could be passive bilinguals, of which there are, I think, quite a few. However, they are a potential resource in terms of language planning and language development, how to get those people from understanding the language to speaking it. Interestingly, the census asked for the first time a question about how many people use Gaelic at home, and almost half indicated that they did use Gaelic at home, which is also fairly encouraging. However, how often they did it and with whom is an open question, because other data that we have suggests that even in the heartland areas, intergenerational transmission in the home is relatively weak. Here's just sort of a representation. I'm sorry that the colors didn't match, but the image on the left is from the 1891 census, and it shows that most of the mainland of the Highlands, the limits here are roughly the linguistic barriers between Lowland Scots on the one hand and Gaelic on the other. But in the late 19th century, in most mainland districts in the West Highlands, Gaelic was still spoken by a majority of the population. And now we see in 2001, we don't yet have the maps for 2011, but only in the Outer Hebrides, in the Western Isles, is Gaelic spoken by a majority. And in the most recent census, only 52%, a slight majority in the Western Isles, are now Gaelic speaking. So we still face very, very significant demographic problems. Interestingly, recent research has been done by colleagues at Edinburgh University as part of the Scottish Social Attitudes Survey. There was, for the first time, a battery of questions on Gaelic. About 1,200, a little over 1,200 people were polled. And some very interesting and promising results with regards to broader attitudes. These were, of course, people selected from the broader Scottish population, so only about 2% of the respondents, or slightly less, were Gaelic speakers. So this gives you an idea of how the Scottish population is looking at Gaelic. Interestingly, 76% said that Gaelic was either very important or fairly important to Scotland's cultural heritage. Road signs, contested area in some parts of Scotland. Interestingly, almost half of respondents, remember these are almost all of these would be non-Gaelic speakers taken from throughout Scotland, almost half agreed that road signs should be bilingual across the country. And a further 36% said that they should be bilingual at least where Gaelic is spoken. So in those areas where Gaelic is spoken, large majority support bilingual road signs. Government spending too much on Gaelic promotion, a little more ambiguous here. Most people thought that it was either about right or that too much money was being spent on it. Only about half, almost half said it was about right. However, should there be a right to Gaelic medium education? Again, almost half said that there should be a right to Gaelic medium education, regardless of where the parents live in Scotland. And a further 43% said that there should be such a right, but only in Gaelic-speaking areas. So in the Highlands and the Islands, a vast majority of Scots agree that there should be a right, something which doesn't exist right now. Just a bit of a background on the wider Gaelic development picture before I turn to media. We talk of a Gaelic renaissance. It's not a renaissance in terms of numbers of speakers or the strength of the languages we've seen, but it is a renaissance in terms of greater institutional support and public support for the language. It really started in the 1970s with the creation of Comhairle na nGiallan, now Comhairle na nGiallan Siar, the local authority for the Outer Hebrides, a strongly Gaelic-speaking area. From the 1980s, we have growth of Gaelic medium education. There are now about 3,000 children in Gaelic medium education at 70 schools across Scotland. About 2,500 of those are in primary schools. There are 3 standalone Gaelic schools, one in Edinburgh, one in Glasgow, and one in Inverness, and the rest are classes in English-speaking schools. There's been a very significant growth in Gaelic radio. It's a BBC service, BBC's Radio na nGael. It broadcasts a little over 85 hours per week, but that gives us a total of about 4,600 hours of radio broadcasting in Gaelic, and I have to say now that that's quite a good service. We've got quite a good variety, excellent news provision, essentially 7:30 in the morning to 11 at night, 5 days of the week, so quite good provision now available across Scotland. The European Charter, of course, was ratified in 2001, and it has had an interesting impact in raising the profile of Gaelic. It played a small but important role in the battle for a Gaelic television channel. 2005, we have language legislation, the Gaelic Language Scotland Act, created a language planning body, Board na Gaelic, which is required to produce a national language plan, but also has the power to require public bodies in Scotland to produce their own language plans in which they set out how they will use Gaelic, both in the provision of services to the public and also in their internal operations. It has to be said, I've been doing a lot of work on these plans right now, that a lot of them are not particularly impressive or demanding pieces of work, even for public bodies in the heartland areas. The level of obligation is not indeed as great as is required under the statutory guidance that the board has produced. But nonetheless, we have seen an increased provision by public agencies of Gaelic, particularly in terms of signage, and what could be described as the linguistic landscape, also some symbolic uses of Gaelic for the first time by a range of public bodies, and that is an important change. And so it could be said that the broader profile of the language is being raised. Now, throughout the Highlands and in the islands, virtually all road signage is bilingual, and ScotRail, the Scottish rail service, is rolling out the provision of Gaelic signage at stations so that ultimately all rail stations throughout Scotland will be bilingual. Now, the context for the development of television broadcasting. By the 1980s, only about 100 hours of TV programming was available per year, mostly on the BBC, but also on the Channel 3 services, private companies, but subject to public broadcasting obligations. Because of this, campaign was mounted in the late 1980s for the development of a more extended service. What was ultimately created was something called the Gaelic Television Committee, later known as the Gaelic Broadcasting Committee, the CCG, and a fund of about £8.5 million, which was meant to produce about 200 additional hours per year, to be broadcast primarily on the Channel 3 private broadcasters, but also on BBC. And some obligations with regard to actual distribution were placed on the Channel 3 providers. However, problems became apparent fairly quickly. In a report in 1998 by Neil Fraser, very well-known senior BBC producer, director of the Gaelic service, he highlighted a range of problems. First of all, the £8.5 million was not subject to annual increases to take account of inflation, and although there had been occasional increases, the fund had effectively lost about a quarter of its value in a fairly short period of time. Also, the Channel 3 broadcasters were increasingly shunting the Gaelic programming to very late evening hours, early morning hours, early on Sunday mornings at very poor times, and there was a lack of continuity. A program would appear, and then the part two of the program, unless you were studying the program guides, you might miss it completely. So there were and many gaps in genres, really no television daily news, and so forth, so a range of problems. As a result of this, a second task force was established by the government under Alistair Milne, a former Director General of the BBC, not a Gaelic speaker, but a friend of Gaelic, and his task force recommended that because of these problems, we really needed a digital service. He attached a price tag of £44 million to it, which may have been a realistic assessment of the cost, but that almost certainly led to the government digging in its heels. Wait a second, how do we go from £9 million to 44 million overnight? That's just not realistic. And these percentage arguments were used as well. At the time, the Welsh S4C, the Welsh broadcaster, had an annual subvention determined by formula of about 80 or 90 million pounds at that time. They said, well, there are 10 times as many Welsh speakers, 8-9 million pounds a year, that's about right. Again, you can't really create a proper service. So this led to a number of things. A campaign was mounted in the Gaelic community. It led to important changes in the Communications Act 2003. It created the Gaelic Media Service, now MGALAPA, to replace the Gaelic Broadcasting Committee. It was given greater powers, sufficient powers indeed, that it would have allowed BBC Alapa to itself request a broadcast license and take its money and try to build a station of its own. And that was certainly an option that was considered. However, I was on BBC MG Alapa at the time on the board. We also decided that it would be better to begin discussions with the BBC to see whether we could come to some sort of partnership agreement that would allow us to have a more effective television service than we might have had we just taken the money that was available to us at the time and went for our own service. So we were able to negotiate a partnership with the BBC, the first time that the BBC has ever entered into a partnership with anybody. So it's a very historic development. Under the partnership agreement, the channel digital service would be run by essentially four-member board, two coming from the BBC, two coming from MG Alapa. The head of the service would be a BBC nominee. It's Margaret Mary Vodoch, Margaret Mary Murray, many of whom you will know Margaret Mary. The head of content is an employee of MG Alapa, Alan Esselmont, and again, you will know Alan, I'm sure. MG Alapa continues to fund programming. We put about 10 million pounds in, which produces about 400 hours of new programming per year, while the BBC provides multimedia news service, it provides transmission and programming, and about 8 million in total is provided in either expenditure in kind. The service was launched in September of 2008, but it was only available on satellite in the early days. The BBC said, we're going to see how you do before we authorize the channel to be available on Freeview. We'll come back to this in a second. They set rather difficult conditions in order to win the argument for access to Freeview. BBC Alapa was only available on satellite in the early days. In June 2011, the service was launched on Freeview. It also became available on cable, which is very important because, especially in Glasgow and Edinburgh, most people access their television through cable. So today we have approximately 7 hours a day, 7 days a week, which gives us a total of about 2,400 hours of programming per year. Only about 1.7 hours is new programming with a 30-minute daily news service at 8 p.m. Monday to Friday. All the programming is subtitled, except for the news service. For technical reasons, it's not subtitled. I'll come back to that perhaps in a moment. The BBC Trust, which allowed the service to go ahead and then allowed it onto Freeview, set a requirement that the channel had to reach a broader audience than simply the Gaelic-speaking community. They said, we want you to show us that you can reach 250,000 viewers per week based on a sort of 15-minute viewing window. And that really has required the channel to develop what could be called a bipolar strategy in terms of programming. On the one hand, programming that would appeal to a much wider audience, but a second strand is programming that appeals to and is culturally rich, directed at the core audience. That itself is problematic, however, because the core Gaelic audience, if we consider them to be the Gaelic-speaking population, are as diverse as the rest of the Scottish population. Almost half of Gaelic speakers now live in outside of the traditional areas, in urban areas. All age groups are represented. Youth have the same sort of interests that non-Gaelic speaking youth have. They may have particular Gaelic interests as well. So this core audience is itself extremely diverse. And it presents a number of problems in terms of genre development. However, the strategy has been quite successful. The weekly reach in 2012-2013 increased from about 436,000 viewers to over 600,000. And the level of loyalty in the core audience is very strong. 77% of Gaelic speakers view at least 15 minutes of BBC Alapa per week, and on average they view about 5 hours, which is quite a high degree of loyalty. Here's the logo, which you'll be familiar with on the website. I've almost blocked it out. The program, the channel, I think, has done a number of things, and I'll come back to in a second. But for the first time, you see many young people on television. The common stereotype before television was that most Gaelic speakers are very religious. They belong to very strong Calvinist denominations, and they tend to be older, and they tend to dress in kilts and so forth. So to see young people like Sarah Cruikshank here presenting on television is a major change. Just a few words about the role of BBC Alapa and language planning for Gaelic. Obviously has an educational role, which it takes seriously. Through the website, there's now been developed a great range of learning materials aimed at, first of all, learners, but also native speakers. So you get all sorts of resources for the language itself, including online dictionary services, which is useful to everybody, myself included, but as well as packages of material. For example, a couple of very useful websites on Gaelic poetry that can be used both in the secondary schools and in the university sector. It certainly increased the profile of the language. People watch it. When you have 600,000 people turning in for at least 15 minutes per week, they now know that Gaelic is there. And they can't forget that Gaelic is there, and they get a much different impression of the language community than would have existed, and that's very significant. It's helped to change perceptions of its speaker amongst both non-speakers, but amongst speakers themselves. Gaelic speakers are seeing themselves reflected back to them in a much greater way, and it creates a much different sense of who this community is, who's a member of this community, what our interests are. So identity issues are being shaped and redefined, and we've got very little research on these sorts of issues, and it's an area that I'm very keen to see developed. It plays a very big role in corpus planning. They play, particularly through the news and current events programming, a very big role in lexical development, but crucially in terms of distributing and making known lexical developments, and also in terms of style, a style of language which is used, which sorts of styles are appropriate for different registers. Employment creation is potentially important. I won't say too much about Mikhail Strubel's Catherine wheel model, but he's posited that the greater number of jobs in a minority language increases the attractiveness of the language, not only to speakers themselves, and certainly there has been a very important benefit in terms of job creation. And finally, economic development, regional development in Gaelic-speaking areas. Again, an under-analyzed area. We need to look a lot more closely at this. A considerable amount of production takes place from Glasgow. Glasgow has always been an important city for Gaels. It has probably the largest single concentration of Gaelic speakers, perhaps 8,000 or 9,000 Gaelic speakers in the Glasgow area. However, those Gaelic speakers are in a very, very small minority, and there's a debate as to whether More should be done in terms of all aspects of running the channel in heartland areas and also in the highlands. A very difficult set of questions there that needs to be considered. This is my last slide. Challenges. Funding is presently insufficient, and there is no formula for it. The channel itself has an aspiration of going from 1.7 to 3 hours of original programming every day. There are presently a very large number of repeat programming, and that is frustrating to viewers without question. And the stumbling block is, of course, funding. There are problems with programming genres. There are still gaps. 450,000 additional £450,000 of additional funding has recently been released by the Scottish Government to allow the channel to develop a drama. Not all of us are convinced that dramas need to be created, but nonetheless, they will be created. There are other areas, however, that are underrepresented, and I think in particular programming for young people. There's a lot of excellent children's programming, but for teenagers, people in their early 20s, there are some important gaps. There's an ongoing dependence on this bipolar programming strategy. It has benefits as well as risks. One of the risks is the greater use of English. If you're going to attract to a wider audience, there was a series of programs that feature interviews with well-known Scottish personalities. Almost all of them are non-Gaelic speakers. So you'll have clips between interviews in Gaelic, but almost all of the interviews will be in English themselves. And when you're interviewing the sports people on the football shows or the rugby shows that are broadcast very popular, most of them, because they're not Gaelic speakers, will be speaking in English. So there's a problem there, and other problems as well. There's a complex regulatory environment that we have to deal with. Broadcasting is still a matter that's constitutionally within the realm of the British Parliament in Westminster. The BBC, or MGLAPA, is regulated by Ofcom, the television regulator, whereas the BBC is regulated separately. And the Scottish Government, though it doesn't have any constitutional authority for broadcasting, does provide the core funding to MGLAPA and is very interested in broadcasting for a variety of reasons, particularly under a nationalist government. That brings us to the BBC, which faces a very uncertain future for a variety of reasons that I needn't get into or don't have time to right now. But certainly the Conservative government itself has a significant number of members who are not sold on the traditional public service broadcasting model, the model that was described earlier. And this presents real challenges because the BBC is increasingly cash-strapped, and what the implications for this small service will be is unclear, because already services are being cut within the BBC. The independence referendum, is it a good thing or a bad thing? That's not entirely apparent to me right now. The SNP, when they came to power, they're very interested in broadcasting. They set up a Scottish Broadcasting Commission that was chaired by Blair Jenkins, a very well-known fine journalist who is now heading the Yes campaign. And he recommended in the final task force report, Planning for Success, a Scottish digital network to take the place of the BBC. But what the implications for a separate Gaelic service would be are very unclear. The amount of money that they said that would be needed to fund a basic Scottish broadcasting network would be something in the realm of 80 to 90 million pounds. Well, in that context, the 15 or so million pounds that goes to Gaelic programming looks like a very attractive additional fund. Why don't you just have a single network with Gaelic programming? Well, we might have that, but that might mean going back to the bad old days when the Gaelic programming appears at weird hours. The Scottish Government, in its independence white paper, has supported this idea of a Scottish network. There is some ambiguity on the future of BBC Alapa. On the one hand, they say we will continue BBC Alapa, but how they might do so, given the constraints that they'll face, is unclear. And finally, if the referendum is not successful, it's almost certain that some form of additional devolved powers will be offered in lieu of independence, and whether this includes broadcasting, what the implications for Scottish broadcasting will be, are unclear. So we have a lot of uncertainty in the environment. The impact on regional development is ambiguous for the reasons I described before. Because it's a BBC service and because the BBC has a state-of-the-art broadcasting facility in Glasgow, because many of the independent broadcasting corporations are now based in Glasgow. Glasgow has become a media centre, but the question is whether we should be spending more of our money in so-called heartland areas. Some people say yes, others say no. The Gaelic community is now spread throughout the country. We shouldn't be worrying about developing rural communities in the Hebrides as much as we want. So there's very difficult questions there. And finally, there's long-term future of minority language digital broadcasting that's been raised elsewhere. So that's that. I'm sorry I've run over. We're going to have to run to the church, I think. But thank you again very much for letting me speak. Gito.
Well, thank you very much. This has been most informative, and we are not in such a hurry. I think if somebody wants to pose a question, please speak. Well, I am actually one thought thinking of what was said here before. Is it that, just from the top of my head, a question, is it that it seems to be better to belong to a rich organization as a small part of it, or just independent, poor, and not visible?
I think that certainly in the short term, I was on the board of MG Alapa when we decided to go into this partnership, and I thought on balance it was the better thing to do. BBC has a long history of radio programming in Gaelic, and a solid history in television programming. Even in the old days, in the 1990s, although there wasn't a lot of Gaelic on television, it was on a good time slot, 5:30 to 7:30 on a Thursday. The quality of the programming that they produced was quite high. And you're buying into, it's now a bi-media news service, which I think is very important. It would be very tough for BBC Alapa or MG Alapa, had we set up our own station, to have a news service of the quality that we have now. And that's an essential service, I think, to the Gaelic community for a variety of reasons: corpus planning, linguistic development, employment amongst them. And of course, that team is scattered throughout Scotland. The evening television news broadcast is done from Inverness, and there's a significant presence in the islands as well. So I think that, as well as the distribution platform and the BBC name, certainly in Scotland, is valuable. Having that association is very important. It gets us a lot of benefits that we would have had to pay for, not least distribution, which would have eaten up a huge amount of money and taken it away from programming. The downside, again, it's this question of balance. Increasingly, the BBC is focused on Glasgow, and we see that elsewhere. Even the Edinburgh office is shrinking and Glasgow is being built up, and the linguistic implications of that are tricky and they need to be discussed. But on balance, I think it was the right decision at the time, and I think it would be for the foreseeable future. Somebody were to give you all the 44 million that you need for the sort of service that Alistair Milne had in view, great, but I just don't see that coming from any source right now. So I think this is the better option, but I know that there are a range of opinions on that.
So that is something to think about, and come back to after the lengthy break, and we will see each other here. We can definitely do, because I want to add to what Charlie said about 60-plus consumers, because you cannot think that they would just die and disappear, but the demographic question of elderly people is actually there as well. And we continue at what time? And will we be back?
I don't know. How long do you want to stand outside?
Half an hour.
Yeah. Not because drive. Is it possible that you can drive? How many of us have cars?
Are we saying 4 o'clock then?
Yeah, want to drive?
3:30. Well, let's try 3:30. Okay. See you then. Thank you very much. Thanks for the speakers.
but it was shared widely in England. No separate legal institutions. You know, administratively, Wales was integrated at an early stage, but the language became the hallmark of Welsh identity, and even non-Welsh speakers again recognized the central importance. And Gaelic doesn't have quite that same position. It's recognized in the Language Act as an official language of Scotland, but there's still this feeling that there's essentially two countries and two linguistic traditions, Scots, which belongs to the lowlands, and Gaelic, which belongs to the highlands. And people are happy enough to see Gaelic survive up there, but not here. And you still hear, I had to write an email to a colleague at Edinburgh University the other day, a professor of art history. The university has now had to prepare a Gaelic language plan, and it's put up two huge welcome banners in the Teviot Square, right in front of the Students' Union and the hall where graduations takes place, one in Scottish Gaelic, Fáilte. And this colleague tweeted saying, look at what the university is doing for a language that was never spoken here. First of all, historically, that's not the case. It wasn't. There was some presence of Gaelic, we know from place name evidence and so forth. But it's a national capital, and Gaelic speakers have been coming to Edinburgh and to live in Edinburgh and formed their own networks. Gaelic chapels going back to the 18th century. One of our two great poets of the 18th century was a member of the city guard who's buried in Greyfriars Kirkyard. To say that Gaelic was never here is just, again, this bifurcation. But you still get this. But the interesting thing from the social attitude survey is that perhaps this understanding is breaking down a bit, that people are accepting that the country is actually much more linguistically and culturally diverse. And whether that'll continue in an independent Scotland, again, is open to question, because new nations always engage in a process of state building and what sort of state that it will build. You hear a reference often to, a collection, the Oxford Companion to Scottish Literature, without one chapter on Scottish Gaelic, not one Scottish Gaelic poem. So you have the national poet, Robert Burns, a great poet, that wrote in Scots and really was not known at all in the Highlands until the 20th century. So what is the nation and what is the position of Gaels in it is a little more ambiguous. So difference is there as well. I don't think I answered your question, but...
Is there time for a short follow-up question? I would wonder, within this intellectual operation that you have, is there room also for direct cooperation, such as program exchange? Would there be interest for such between these countries?
There already is between Scotland, BBC Alapa, and TG Cahir. There's, for a number of years on radio, there's been a weekly joint production called Strún na Muile, which is the name in both languages for the sea that separates Ireland and Scotland, the Sea of Moyle in English, Strún na Muile. And you have an Irish presenter. They play mostly traditional music in Scottish, Gaelic, and Irish, mostly songs, some instrumental music. But the Irish presenter will introduce what's coming up in Irish, then the Scottish presenter will speak in Gaelic, and they both understand, they are bilingual, but you do get this. We also have shared some television programming. We don't have a lot of Irish language programming, but there's some on BBC Alapa. And because of subtitling policy, the programs are subtitled in English. And so you hear the Irish. And it's had a quite remarkable effect. Again, this is all firsthand, not scientific. And I'd like to see some research done on audience attitudes towards this programming. But I remember one evening, we weren't watching BBC Alapa, and my mother-in-law, who's a Gaelic speaker from Lewis, called up and she said, "Are you watching BBC Alapa? Turn it on, turn it on. There's this great show from Connemara, from the west of Ireland." She said, "There's two old fellas, two old fellas, speaking in Irish." And my mother-in-law said, I know what they were talking about, even though, even without looking at the subtitles, I was understanding some of that. And she said, and they're so much like our people up here in the islands. And she said, we have to go for a summer vacation there. My mother-in-law is not a bookish person at all. She's very much an oral person, and she wouldn't want to spend much time in a classroom, but she said, are there courses in Irish that we could take? I'd like to learn Irish. And you know, this sense that there is this closely related language spoken in another country, which people can hear. So there has been some, not co-productions, but sharing of programming. And I think that'll develop as well. It may solve some of our problems in terms of new programming as well, if we can get programming from Ireland. Not so much from Wales, interestingly. I do, one last point there, one of the more peculiar programs for non-Gaelic speakers is a weekly program on sheepdog trials. You see the sheepdogs chasing, rounding up sheep. And some of my friends, especially learners who are city-based, think this is a unbelievably essentialist sort of program that must appeal to a very small market. But Basque TV is now in the process of negotiating purchase of the rights because they trialed some of these shows on Basque TV, and they got excellent feedback. So there must be a lot of shepherding and so forth in rural parts of the Basque Country. So who would have thought?
This is going to be a stereo. Okay, you can take this one. But I just wanted to add some reflections on the talks given earlier. And when in the aftermath of Tom's presentation, I was wondering why you're probably too close to home, so to say, why you didn't mention S4C and its enormous impact on the Welsh turn from language shift to language maintenance, because it was one of the top things happening in the 80s, and it seems to have been a starting point for creating a bilingual middle class in Welsh and English, so it had an enormous impact. Then we were briefly discussing with Rome on the way to the church that, and I think Nils Johan Hetta also in a way hinted at the difference between language policy from the Sámi parliament and the pragmatic view that he has as a director for the broadcasting company. And you can see a similar thing taking place now for meänkieli in Sweden, where the language activists say that we would like to have our unit of our own in order to be independent and self-determined and so on. But and it's now working under the, so to say, the umbrella of the Sweden Finnish or Sisu Radio channel. And if you listen to the Sisu Radio people, the directors there, and also the Finnish language television broadcasting, they are very satisfied, in one sense at least, that they have all the support of this, the national broadcasting companies in terms of technology and, so to say, the know-how of how to deal with the challenges that turn up. If they were independent, they would never have a chance actually to face those things and turn that into something that is an advantage at the market. And then there was, well, that was just a side comment actually. The Swedish authorities gave the Sámi parliament in Sweden the task of trying to find out whether Sámi and meänkieli could, together with Norwegian daily newspapers, create a common newspaper over the borders. I don't know what happened with that project. It was financed by the authorities. And then one thing that has not been discussed, and maybe that is a structural challenge, and that is that when you talk about budgets and funding, we also implicitly maybe think of positions. But what is happening obviously is that the whole media market is going in the direction of consultancies and contract work. And that is probably something that is more beneficial for majority media, because then you have a much larger market and you can make a living out of that. But in a small market, this type of work will threaten the whole journalism possibilities.
My comment is just an idiosyncratic observation, if you like. I was thinking about the market for Radio Alba television in Gaelic. In mainstream in England and UK at large, we've historically been very resistant to subtitles. You know, it's English or we don't want it. And there's a sort of idiosyncratic possibility that with the tremendous success of Nordic noir, Killing, Bridge, Organ, I think that it may be that there's a sort of shift opening where you maybe find it easier to sell material to a wider audience because that audience has actually found it can read subtext and enjoy a program. I think there was a tremendous resistance in general about anything subtext. Huge success of Nordic was.
That's a nice observation, and Leah, sorry about the delay, but then again, thinking of what just have been said, it really opens up for your presentation. So welcome.
This feels a bit funny to be talking to you now because over half of you has been part of doing this. No more, at least as much, if not more. But yes, sorry, I'm still thinking about something that came up. But I think we might have just recruited a new student when we went to the church, which was funny because...
this young boy.
With a camera. No, not that small. There was Mikkel Ole with his little boy, and he was talking to another guy. I don't know from which area he was, but judging by his Sami costume, he was not from here. And he said, "Oh, are you starting?" Because Mikkel Ole said that, "Oh, these are from the Sámi College. They are, starting this new program." He said, "What? They're going to have a master's program?" And yes, we're going to have a master's program. So we had a small chat, and he said, "Oh, that's very interesting." And then, let's hope. He said, "Oh, I should really think about this." So we might have one more. But, so let me talk to all of you who already know, and the few of you who don't, about our master's program, which actually is not called the master's program in indigenous journalism, but is officially called Master's Program in Sami Journalism from an Indigenous Perspective. There's been a lot of debate about this name and which one is it, Sami and indigenous journalism. First, this was the name, but then we had the feedback, which was not a bad feedback at all, that it should also be it should have a strong focus on the Sami part of things. So that's why it's called officially Sami journalism. So we're often asked the question, why such a program? There are many reasons, and we'll come back to the background of this specific program, but at least we can all now already, Rob mentioned something about it would be interesting to read about audience research about, and this is continuous, that there is, first of all, we need, well, that comes later, I mean, there's very little research about media, indigenous media by indigenous peoples. It's a very expansive sector. There is a screaming need for educated journalists. We just had this, I don't know who said it, was it you who said you have about 2 applicants, if any, for your posts? And of course, Sámi usually has about 10 open positions, according to Nils-Johan Hetta. And there is just more demand than there is a supply, which of course means that they would need the basic trained journalists, for instance, bachelors. But that also means that we need educators. I mean, the fact that we sit here now, Tom, me, Charlie, I mean, we're not exactly Sámi people who do this, which shows that we have nobody now in the Sámi world who could be a professor in journalism, as far as we know. So this means that we need to create this sort of center for research and education. And of course, policymakers also. Well, I already mentioned the need for more research and that we don't have a center for education and research, but also the international cooperation that is requiring both knowledge and networks. You all heard about the Whitman network, and there are similar regional networks also going on. So, what we hope that this program will do is to provide communities with professionals and academics and policymakers that actually have a knowledge on indigenous issues, who can analyze issues from a multicultural perspective. How do you operate in a multicultural society as a media operation? What are the issues that you might want to think about when you operate in this, as a journalist, as a decision maker, as a policy maker, as a researcher? So it is very much an official master's in journalism with the same criteria as any other journalism, but with always a clear sort of, what's the real word? I can't come to think of the word, but I hope you understand what I mean. I mean, to the viewpoint from an indigenous perspective, what does this mean for I mean, we have the same theories as any other journalistic study, but we also look at what has been written from an indigenous perspective. So we have a, I don't know if I can no, I cannot open this without closing this program. I'll just, to show you a bit about, this is the best way of showing. We have our own website, indigenousjournalism.com. So here you see Masters in Sami Journalism from an indigenous perspective is the official name. You can come back to this. I'll show you some more concrete information, but let's go back to this. Just to get the background, which I think is quite fascinating. Already when I participated in different UN conferences in 1998 and 2000 on indigenous media, indigenous journalists, already then, living and also participated in one of them, there was a discussion about the lack of training from an indigenous perspective. And I think Magno even had, Magno Varsi, who you heard earlier, who started the bachelor's degree here at this college. I think I found some old papers where he had already also thought about this. I mean, this is an old idea. And the conference that Liv Inga mentioned also in Alta in 2007, as she explained, there were journalists from all over the world. And in one of those working groups, the issue was raised again. And it seems to us, at least, that there is no such program in the world. We haven't had any information of similar program at this level. So basically, we were given a kind of task by this conference to take it back to the University College to see if the Sámi University College could build on the bachelor program that we already had to try to create a master's program. This also explains why our program is international at this stage. So we took it back to the University College, and we've been working on it since and got the official approval by NOKUT, the Norwegian Board for Quality in Higher Education. And both before and after, we've had several discussions and hearings and presentations with indigenous bodies, partly the Whitman Network, but also the WINHEC, which is the World Indigenous Network for Higher Education. And they sort of gave us their blessing, and we've had hearings with the Sámi media. So we hope that we have tried at least in planning this to take into account very different views. So our basic info is this, that this is, you can choose in this program whether you want it to be more of an academic master's, which means you need at least 120 ECTS, which means 2 years of study, which would enable you to continue with a PhD if you so wanted. But you can also choose a shorter 90 ECTS, which would then be 3 semesters. And this means that, according to Norwegian law, we are actually practical-based masters, which means that you need to have 2 years of working experience to start. It also, of course, basically you should have a bachelor's, but we are very aware of the fact that in many indigenous areas there aren't very many higher institutions of higher education. So we're hoping that the college can have also some sort of leeway of what we accept as previous studies. And we hope to accept 15 students every 3 years, also which the plan is to have 10 Sámi students, more or less, from the Sámi area, and 5 international students. But of course we have no ethnic criteria here. I mean, we can't say that only indigenous peoples be able to study. But having worked in an indigenous institution, it definitely gives you a, what do you call this in English? It's seen as a benefit, as a, I don't know, positive. the word escapes me, yeah. So because you can choose if it's shorter or longer. The thesis can be either 30 study points, and then we expect it to be probably built around a piece of journalistic work. Or then it can be 60 study points, where it has to be more longer or more theoretical. Now I thought I could, just the language issue still. So this is a bilingual program. Everybody who starts this program would need to have an understanding of English. You will have to follow English lectures, and you'll have to be able to read English texts. But all the stuff that you produce can be either in English or in Sámi. In practice, mainly North Sámi, but it's very important that if you are a South Sámi or a Ninari Sámi or whatever, we try our best to accommodate you. I mean, then you should be able to do this in your own language, because of course that's even more needed. If we would get somebody from the smaller Sámi languages, that would be even better. So, and that's what I told this guy also, because he didn't seem to speak Sámi. So he was very keen on the fact that this was actually an international program. But there is not just, I mean, there's many reasons to why it is international. One is, of course, that the Sámi world is limited, and this is one way of sort of strengthening the program itself. And then there is the mandate we got, which was international in its core. But then the third reason is also this networking. Because what we envision and what we hope is that this group of students who are actually, we at least assume, and what we see now from the applicants, are very skilled journalists. They have long careers behind them, and they all come with a lot of knowledge, and we hope that this will become part of the whole experience, that they get to know each other, and they already, when they come from here, they have a network, a very strong bond to each other, and they might build on stuff like the Whitban, or even create a new network, which we think is I mean, it's one lifeline for indigenous media, who often struggle with resources, to be able to use this, like the whole Whitban exchange program, that you put in one program and you might have 5 or 10 programs back. I mean, that is a very good economics in terms of how you can fill your own channels. We can go back to the web page, but this is perhaps easier to just see the basics setup of our program. As you can see, we have the main block, since this is at a master's level. The master's thesis writing consists of up to 60 study points, and theory and methodology 20 points, and this is necessary if we're going to have a master's. But then we have our first course, is called What is Indigenous Journalism? Because this is much, I've had this, especially when the Sámi media themselves want to interview one of us to ask, you know, what is this program, and why is it, and what is indigenous journalism is often the question. You know, what's your answer? We need an answer for this. And I said, we don't give an answer. I can't give an answer to this. The whole idea is for us to analyze this issue. Is there anything like indigenous media? Because the answers I've been getting, at least, is almost as many as the people I've talked to. Some are very, very clear that there is absolutely no such thing as indigenous media or indigenous journalism. There is journalism, and then there are indigenous people, so there are German-speaking people, so whatever, but journalism is always journalism. Whereas others are very clear that we have our own viewpoints, we have our own issues, we share very much the common issues that face us as indigenous journalists. And this will be Magne Varsi, who will be in charge of this course. Ethics, law, and professional identity, where we will put all of this. And in this first course, we also wish, like I said, to all the participants to actually actively participate with their own experience. So they will also, in a way, be sort of, how should I say, they're teaching each other in a way through their own experiences. Then ethics, law, and professional identity will be under Charlie's responsibility. Although the legal stuff, I mean, we also, our aim is to get guest lectures, very good guest lectures at their own topics. For instance, law, there is no sense in any of us doing anything on indigenous law, since there are very great Sámi experts on this area. So we wish to take in people who are good at this, and some international names as well. And then an optional course, which you could basically choose whatever language if you want, but we're trying to set up a course on indigenous societies and structures, where Niels Oskal, a philosopher in this house, together with Nisi-Juan Päivio, promised us to think about a whole, to give sort of an overview, because what we keep hearing is that journalists don't have enough of societal knowledge. I mean, it's the same, I think, here as it is in Helsinki and many other places, that students don't really know their societies well enough. This might not be true with this lot, because they will be older and more experienced, but at least there'll be an option to learn more about the whole UN system. And if you haven't been working with this, it might be worth knowing. But you can also take this at any other university if you want. Then there is an advanced course on indigenous journalism, which is also optional for those who, since it is possible to also take this course if you haven't really, if journalism isn't your first training. You might have worked as a journalist or within the media, but you might not be a trained journalist. So then we see that this is very important. But then again, if you have worked for a very long time, you might want to do something else. But here we wish to highlight also things like storytelling and other things that might be particular of interest for indigenous journalists. And then we come to the more sort of heavy part for the advanced journalism course will be under Magne Ove Varsi, and theory and methodology will be headed by Tom Mooring, again with guest lectures as far as possible and where it is deemed as more beneficial for the whole. And then master's thesis writing, which will be both seminars and writing. But basically what we hope is that for this first term will start in autumn. We just now heard that the official sort of starting day here at the college is the 20th of August, even though we thought it would start from the last week of August. So we'll have to see how we figure this out. But basically, September, October, half of November, we hope that students will be able to actually be here. The same next semester, from half January, February, March, till beginning of April, because we understand if you're from here that you want to maybe combine with work or travel back and forth from home. But since we do wish for this to become a whole experience also for international students, we feel it's what would be our vision, or at least my vision, would be that there is a red thread of lectures, but then there's also group work. So outside of lectures, the students can actually, sit together and think about these things and read and go out and visit the places here and sort of, so it becomes like a whole experience, not just you come for a week and you go to lectures and then you disperse. So it would actually be, for this first year, in that sense, a very intensive experience. But then, of course, the master's thesis writing can be done anywhere. And yes, what else? And why we feel also that this is a good place for it. Not only is this college the only place of higher institution that has an indigenous language as their main language, and it is an indigenous institution, but it's also located at the heart of Samiland, where you have other Sami institutions. You have Galdo in this house, which has the legal expertise. You have NRK Sami Radio in Karasjok, you have the Sami Parliament, you have the archives, you have a lot of things going on right here also that we hope this would become a part of. Like Charlie often says, that he doesn't see this as just a master's program, he sees this as how do you phrase this, Charlie? I don't want to, you're too good with words to try to sort of use yours. But anyway, to sort of create more of a whole process. And we also wish we have put together an application for quite a substantial research also that we would like to do, comparative research internationally that would fit into this program. So we see this as part of something bigger, of trying to sort of build on this area internationally. And I have just been asked to co-edit a book on international journalism together with people from New Zealand. So we hope that this will continue to have ripple effects, that we would actually build on something bigger. Now I would just like to show you a little bit of that. We also have a Facebook page. Here you can find information. The application deadline is May 23rd. Here you can find the basic information. And here we also, the language media, our seminar has been part of this. There you can find more information about the program and also the new curriculum, which has now been the latest curriculum that has been approved by the board here. So here you get all the details. It was approved now in March this year. So here you can get all the official information, names of the programs and admission requirements. So if you have anybody who you think might have students who might be interested or who know anybody who is interested, please just send on the link to them. But I just heard that you cannot apply from here, somebody said. That you have to, you did, sorry. That you have to go via and this we have to, well now it seems to be, yeah. So this might be, and here you have to choose then Sami's case school. But this, you might need help to do this, and that's why we put in here that if you need help submitting your application, you can call here. But also about studying in Sápmi, like about this place and about Kautokeino. There used to be about living. Student housing, yeah, is here also. So people from abroad will know how they can live here. And here is this is the email you can send all information about. And then I should just quickly give you the Facebook, because there we also try to update. And we all try to Twitter, and it is actually quite interesting because as soon as it came on Facebook, even though the web page had been up for quite a while, that increased our interest quite considerably. And when people started tweeting, because it's easy to retweet, so it very quickly it reaches quite a few. This is mine now. I haven't put that up. It's Tova Blomqvist. Let's see. Huh? Here. Masters of Sex, okay. That wasn't me either. Nani? Here. Masters in Sami Journalism. Here you can see how many of you are, of course, familiar with Facebook, but those of you who aren't, I mean, here you can, for instance, Niels Johan has put up this video of why he finds education important. There should be videos also of Charlie and Tom here somewhere. Here is our Mr. Husband and Tom sharing their views. So we can take just one. Well, you already have been. Maybe you take Tom this time. Last time it was.
To increase the academic competence of this community is an important step in reconquering this space to indigenous people.
So if that doesn't get you to want to come, what does? And here we just have to take Niels Johan, because these are like short clips.
Hello, my name is Niels Johan Herta. I'm the head of the Sámi Indigenous Broadcasting and for Sápmi, and the chairman of the World Indigenous Television Broadcasters Network. Indigenous journalists are important. Without indigenous people, most likely wouldn't have any influence on decisions with great impact on their future. If you decide to become an indigenous journalist, you will be able to influence changes in the society. Well, would you like to become one of us?
Yeah. So this is nice with social media, also it gives you possibility of doing these kinds of things. And now, of course, you showed us the best PR video yet that Oivi TV had done about this program. That would be great also to... Yeah, if we were allowed to do that, that would be great. So, We just hope that this will be a success. We're very happy to have 12 applicants already, considering that 15 is how many we can take in. So we hope to have at least 20 applicants, so we can actually, and they're good applicants. I mean, they're not. So we just hope for it to become a success. What is Charlie so worried about? Invite your friends to like this page, and I'm friends with Heidi, so that's why she's on there. It works in mysterious ways. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I find this awfully interesting, and particularly interesting is the fact that on one hand you are creating a program, a master program that is targeted to a group of students in the northern countries, but then of course quite clearly it also opens up for everybody throughout the world, creating a community, and it seems as if your thinking includes all these other indigenous people around the world as well. And is that something you had on your bag from the beginning when you started planning this?
Yes, definitely. Since it was these international meetings who also gave us kind of this mandate, there were journalists from all over the world, for instance, in Alta, and everybody agreed that there was no such thing as a higher education that would feel that was something for them. So very much so we had this in mind from the beginning.
And now it's going to be real. Do anybody else want to join and ask questions?
I didn't know if I was allowed to say that.
Okay, so we'll give the microphone to Jarmo.
Putting pressure on me. Yeah. No, I was one of the two persons who evaluated the application, and I thought it was a brilliant idea, but I had some thoughts about how restrictive it was. And I wanted also to see an extension of this. I think somebody said, maybe it was Charles, who said that the ingenuity or the indigenous people, that is some kind of stable identity and so on, in an essentialistic way. But we can also see that as a continuum, that you have other types of minorities. And the exchange between not only indigenous people, but other kinds of minorities, like the Welsh experience of media, for example, would be quite beneficial for both directions. And of course, this global view is something that is really a novelty. And the position of the Sámi in this respect has been outstanding. And I think this, in a way, actually puts the Sámi context in a world frame as a leading partner in quite a few different kinds of possible cooperations. And then I think it looks really promising. And one of the things I was thinking of was whether, since we haven't been able to create a bilingual journalist education in Stockholm, for example, for Finnish-speaking journalists, whether this would be an option for them. And since I'm also involved in this charter thing, I thought that the provision, it wasn't very clearly outspoken in the original application how North Sámi, South Sámi, Lula Sámi were, so to say, integrated into this. And I think the solution you have is quite good. So it's probably going to work like that also. And as you said yourself, if you have any individual who's interested from the Lule or South Sámi area to become a journalist for that part of the Sámi community, that would be a tremendous, I think, gain.
Definitely. And it was very good to have that pointed out to us, even though we always thought that, but we hadn't made it explicit, so that's very good that we got that feedback.
I think many of the things, when I was here the first day, I talked with the rector, and I gave her this pamphlet of the European Charter. She said she didn't know anything about that. I was a bit astonished then. And she said, you had second thoughts about this, and said, well, everything is so natural here. Everything functions in Sámi, but it's probably North Sámi. So in that respect, North Sámi is a majority Sámi, and there may be quite different views from the other Sámi-speaking communities. And I think that is good to bring in to this type of education.
Definitely.
Other questions?
Just really wanted to congratulate you on the program. I think it looks terrific and highly attractive. And certainly when I get back to Scotland, I'll send out messages to all the Celtic departments, Gaelic College in Skye. There's increasing jobs in journalism. There's a media course that my wife did at the Gaelic College in Skye, but not a journalism course. And I think there's a real need for it because we now have a lot of young people going into Gaelic media journalism. But the level of training is poor. And there's this question as to whether Gaelic speakers, like Welsh and Irish speakers, are indigenous. They're certainly autochthonous. But if the college isn't too bothered about that, I don't think that any of the potential students who come from Scotland or indeed from Nova Scotia or other places should be bothered by that at all. Because I think one of the interesting things for our students is that, and it's a problem we have in our Celtic studies departments as well. Coming from Canada, I met a lot of colleagues when I studied law who had been in Indigenous studies programs, and they very much saw part of their role as being involved in a development of an awareness of not only identities, Indigenous identities, but broader political questions. And too much of, in my view, what we've done in Scotland and Ireland and Wales is very much a 19th century model focusing on linguistics, philology, etc., without a sufficient concentration on the broader political questions. Looking at much of what's been done in Celtic studies, it's almost an escape from the difficult political questions into the marvels of the language and the cultural and literary traditions themselves. And I think there isn't really the level of politicization around language issues and issues of power and so forth. And I'd like to see a much greater awareness of amongst the journalistic class that we're developing. They tend to be rather complacent, I think, and to be intellectually challenged and to have their work and what their role is put in a wider context is something that's really needed. So I'm going to certainly spread the word on the program, but I think it looks like a great program.
Just a small comment, and I'll bring it to you. I think one of the things that, I think it was you who showed this very wonderful example, good journalism, where this young guy was traveling around and looking at the environmental challenges.
The siblings, yeah.
Yeah, I think that could have a prominent place when you try to, so to say, make commercials for this. That's the wider political issues. And I think that could be something that brings in other applicants than actually would be the case otherwise.
That's a good idea as well.
I have some good news also that a lot of Sámi journalists are talking about this master program. Also those who are now working as journalists, those who are educated, like politicians, and they are working in other Sámi institutions, because they are saying that this is very important. This is one of the most interesting programs which will be started next year here in Kautokeino. And they are also aware of that this will start every third year. It isn't that if you are not applying this year, then you will continue the year after. But what they are saying is that, do we afford to do that? Can we take a break from our jobs for 2 years to study? So many of them will also say that if there is a possibility to be a part-time student, but I also understand from your point of view how important it is to be here and being active student, because what we have seen here in Sámi Allaskola is that there has to be done more so the students are more active instead of being part-time student and then disappearing. But I think it's also important to include the Sámi media institutions. Avir, NRK Sámi, SVT Sámi, Yle, and ask are they willing to pay that so some of their journalists, photographers, that they're able to take this? Also that it would be good if some of you also could visit the media institutions and give information, because we are doing it, we are talking about that. But it's also good that there are so many who are looking at this master's program.
Yeah, not a bad idea at all.
And also when we are reflecting back again, when we had the first years of bachelor students, those who were studying journalism, they were really, because they were waiting for this education and also for this bachelor program. They had been working for several years and they came and took the degree. They were here for 2 years. And many of those, they are now the leading editors also.
That's nice. Thanks for the feedback. But the nice thing is, if I just comment that they have all been very supportive, very positive. I mean, the broadcasting, head of the broadcasting, including Yle, definitely, yeah. So it's a good reminder that we could maybe pay them also a personal visit. I know we have, of course, here too, luckily, support from the staff here who have done a fantastic job, including Inka Nisara, who was here before, who has helped us a lot.
Well, thank you, Leah. This has been kind of a wonderful conclusion for a long, long period of thinking around these issues. Another conclusion is to be there. Tom will perform it for us, and I would only say that, in a sense, this could be another beginning with closing of one process and starting a new. And on that line, I would like to remind everybody who has presented talks here to send the talks to Tom, perhaps, or to... Yeah, he will give the details. Now, we did not that much think of publishing of what's been said here now, but analyzing what's been said here during these 2 days, and perhaps have a starting point for some kind of a research application, which would be an obvious step. Then, of course, we are planning a documentary film, a seminar on indigenous documentaries. We start working on that in the fall, and several other ideas can be realized within a decent amount of time. But now, first of all, Tom, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. It's not very much to say anymore, but of course, thank you to all who are here now and all who have been here during these days. I totally agree with what Tytti said. Around and from this program that we are now starting and that Leah presented, and we must remember that the process has been a long one. We have worked for this for 10 years now in order to get it in place. So this is long-term job. This was presented first time in Levi, in what is this restaurant? Hullu Poro, in 2004, as a twinkle in the eye of those who were working with the bachelor's program at that time, because this university college has ambitions to develop towards a higher academic status. Then it has been systematically brought forward with a team, from a team where, for example, Liv Inger has been an active and very important support all the time. Nils Juha has come in a little bit later, but we wouldn't have been here if not for you. Jarmo has already been pointed out as one of the experts that contributed to the idea in a very, very important position. And without that kind of a decisive impact on directed at the Norwegian authorities, this wouldn't have come true either. And of course, the core team with Charlie, Leah, and of course people from here,
to the extent that we have been able to work with a lot of people who are now not anymore even with the college, who have been strongly working on this. So we are very, very happy of this development. Now, what will be the process forward, I suggest, is from this workshop, not necessarily a publication, but continuation in the form of contacts with the aim to engage in research project development and maybe institutional development for cooperation between the institutions in the formation of some kind of expert academic core in the field of diversity, indigeneity, cultural exchange, discourse analysis in these fields, etc., etc., where the universities that have now been present here, maybe with some addition from, for example, Wales. The Mercator Institute would be very welcome to be here, I think, and from, for example, from Oulu, we could certainly think of being in contact with them. From Jyväskylä with Sari Pietikäinen, who is an excellent researcher in this field, to build some kind of intellectual backing for what we do. Australia, Charlie has extraordinary good contacts there. We have Duncan McHugh from Canada, who could contribute, in addition to those who have been present here. So I think it's this team that has now formed this conference that will kind of carry now the burden to distribute some further ideas to all of us. And we will send out a message to everybody who has presented here and ask them to send their presentations to Inkar, Anni, Sara, who will then find a way to distribute them to all of us. So that will be the best technical solution, because Inkar Anni is very good at this. She has all the relevant addresses, and she is a good person to be the hub in this. These were maybe more practical than festive words, but I think that to be practical in these matters is not so bad, because there is so many festive words around and hilarious expressions around the importance of indigeneity, that it has kind of already painted the room with this atmosphere, and that doesn't have to be reinforced anymore. I think we are all there, and that we can go home, and or some of us will continue here for. We have the blessing of being here for 2 more days, and we will certainly make this use of this time, and then we'll meet again on other occasions. Anybody wants to add something still, or shall I close the phone and shall we close the... Jarmo wants to say something.
It's a very minor thing, but just during the fall we revitalized a journal that is now only electronic, that is called Fenno-Ugrica Suecana at Stockholm University, which is open for writings on language, literature and culture. And we have a report, so to say, section of that. And I think if Tom agrees, I could, together with you, write some kind of a basic report from this one, because it seems that this journal has been read in Siberia, for example, among researchers interested in the indigenous people there.
Yes, this is a good idea, and also I can tell you that I have been invited to Stockholm on, is it 8-9 May, where I've been invited to present basically ideas coming out from this conference, and with a focus also on the educational issue. So that will probably be a good starting point for an article of that sort, I think. Okay, Nils Johan, you want to say something?
As you know, Tom and Leah have been very central in the process to get this program in place. And they've done a lot of work, and without Tom and Leah, it would have been no master program. I came in very late, it's only 3 years ago, I think, first time. And also Charlie, we have had a lot of problem. He has been working on the idealistic basis, a lot unpaid, and I'm sorry for that, but now we have solved those problems. But without Tom and Leah, it would have been no master program. Thank you a lot.